online as we possibly can. So good evening and welcome to Aurora's Committee of Adjustment meeting. I will start by introducing the committee and staff members. I am the committee chair and my name is Tom Plamondon. The remaining members are as follows. Daniel Lajeunesse is our vice chair. Steve D'Angeli, Linda Duringer, and David Mango make up the rest of the committee. The secretary treasurer is Prashanthi Manoharan. And this evening, the planner is Sean Lapina. Joining us as well from the clerk's department is Ishita Sanjay, and the director of planning for the town of Aurora is Marco Ramuno. This public meeting is being audio and video recorded. It is also being conducted virtually through the use of Zoom technology. Your name, address, comments, and any other personal information are being recorded according to the Municipal Act and the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. This will help our town clerk prepare accurate minutes and to create a record that is available to the general public, including on the town's website. Questions about this collection should be directed to the town clerk. Please be advised that the reports being considered tonight are available on the Town of Aurora website and through staff at the town's planning department. Should you wish to receive notification of any of these decisions of tonight's meeting, please complete the appropriate form available through town staff. Owners and agents will automatically be notified. For each application that will be considered tonight, the following process will occur. I will briefly outline the purpose of the application or applications, and then the applicant or agent will be given the opportunity to make a presentation. However, one is not required. It is the applicant's decision whether they wish to speak or let the application proceed on the merits of the information as received. Presentations and deputations are limited to 5 minutes as much as possible. Following any initial comments from the applicant, I will invite members of the public who have an interest in the application to come forward and address the committee. Those members of the public who wish to speak must clearly state their name and address and must provide this information to the secretary treasurer. Should you wish to obtain a copy of the notice of decision, please complete the appropriate form available through the secretary treasurer. Members of the public are reminded that text comments are not permitted during the meeting and they will not be noted in any manner at any time. Each individual may speak only once on an issue. And once discussion has commenced in respect of a motion, no further presentation shall be made. If you require any technical assistance with your presentation, please let me know. If you wish to speak and are currently following this meeting on the YouTube feed, you will need to turn this feed off and join the live meeting, as there is about a 10-second lag between the YouTube feed and the live feed. Please ensure that all questions and or comments are directed through me as chair, and if relevant, I will request the appropriate person respond. It should be noted that the applicant will be given the opportunity to respond to any question or comment should the committee feel that it is appropriate. So with that, tonight's meeting will now commence. And I will look to the committee for approval of the agenda.
We approve the agenda.
Linda, thank you very much. I'll look for a second. That's okay. Looks
I just want to say hi anyway.
Hi. And that was seconded by Steve. Thank you very much. And all in favor? Thank you. And that carries. I'll ask members of the committee if there are any declarations of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof. Lots of heads shaking no. Thank you very much. I'll look then to the committee for adoption of the minutes, and that would be for Committee of Adjustment meeting of March the 10th, 2022, and that is meeting 22-03. Daniel, please go right ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I move that we approve the agenda for April 14th as circulated.
All right, let's move on to the minutes of the meeting of March the 10th,
Oh,
2022.
I wasn't there.
Steve, you're right. Steve,
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I move that we adopt the minutes for the Committee of Adjustment meeting March 10th, 2022. That is meeting 22-03 as circulated by town staff.
thank you very much. All in favor? And as Daniel was not here, there is no vote from him. All right, and we're on to the presentation of applications, and there are a number of them. So as I said at the onset, I will be a little bit more brief going through these applications this evening. The first one is 17 Harmon Avenue. This is minor variance 2022-14, and this is for the Thompsons. Application is as follows. The applicant is requesting relief from the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw 6000-17 as amended to accommodate a home occupation that permits outdoor swimming lessons. The following relief from the requirements of the town zoning bylaw as amended is requested for A. Section 3 of the zoning bylaw does not permit outdoor swimming lessons as a home occupation. The applicant is proposing outdoor swimming lessons and a minor variance is required there. B, section 4.6.1 of the zoning bylaw states that a home occupation shall be conducted entirely within the dwelling or permitted accessory buildings. The applicant is proposing outdoor swimming lessons, obviously in an outdoor pool. Minor variance there is required. Planning comments are as follows with regards to the official plan. Staff are of the opinion that the proposed variance maintains the general intent of the official plan. And with regards to the general intent of the zoning bylaw, the intent behind limiting the home occupation to indoor use is only to ensure that any business-related activities associated with home occupations does not result in any negative impact to the neighboring properties and overall surrounding neighborhood character. Therefore, given the fact that the staff do not anticipate any negative impacts to result on adjacent properties or overall neighborhood character, that the staff are of the opinion that the general intent of the zoning bylaw will be met. In relation to its being considered desirable and appropriate for the use of the land, staff are of the opinion that the variance as proposed is considered to be desirable and appropriate. And as well, with regards to the minor variance, because there will be no more than 2 students at the property at any time, and because the planned scheduling for sessions that will be taking place, staff have no concerns with the homeowner's ability to accommodate all required parking on site. Therefore, staff are of the opinion that the variances are minor in nature. Additional comments from other agencies and departments. Engineering services, building division, accessibility advisor, and a traffic analyst have no objections or comments. Operational services have no formal comments. Central York Fire Services, no comments. Legal Services, no comments. The Regional Municipality of York has no comments, as do the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority. Electric utilities have their standard comments in place. There are a number of recommendations which are included in Appendix A, and I would assume that the owner is familiar with that and the remaining contents in the staff report. And I will then welcome, I believe it's Kim Thompson.
Yes, hi.
Good evening, welcome.
Thank
And
you for having us.
Our pleasure entirely. So if you wish to add to any of the comments that I have made or clarify anything or speak on behalf of your application, please go right ahead.
No, thank you very much. It's Jason and Kim, my wife, and we just want to thank staff for taking the time and walking us through the steps, and for the committee to hear and consider the minor variance, operate the swim school. The one person that's not here is our daughter. She's actually working tonight, but she's 18. She's graduating from Aurora High this year. She's worked hard over the last couple of years getting her certifications, lifeguard and swim instructor. She's an affiliate member of the Life Saving Society. So she's excited at the prospect of running a little business out of the backyard and teaching lessons. Yeah, I think you've covered the application fully. So we'll open up to questions if there are any. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much. And I do not believe that there is anyone here from the public this evening, so I will turn to members of the committee if they have any comments or questions of the applicant. Daniel, please go right ahead and mute your mic. There we go.
Perfect, thank you. And I do not have any questions. I just have, first of all, just want to congratulate your daughter. It's always exciting, those going into business for themselves, and highly recommend it, and very similar to my first job. My only thought and or request is the sidewalk that goes through your driveway is unfortunately, as per ours, in a bad position in terms of allowing for the for parking, if you wish. So the only request that I will make, and it's purely a request, is a consideration to ensure your guests do not block that sidewalk. And it is unfortunate, as I said, mine is identical. So either ask them to park on the street, or maybe park your own vehicle in the street on the days where you're seeing individuals. But yeah, apart from that, I hope for the best of luck and success.
That's great. So much. Yeah, we'll take that down. Thanks, Dan.
That's all.
Thanks, Daniel. I see David's hand up.
Yeah, through the chair, actually, just have two comments. I think one is partly covered by Daniel. I just wanted maybe if the applicant they can expand on the safety on the parking. Just to to be on record, what's the plan for the parking of the students? Will they be parking on your driveway? They'll be parking on the street? And if they're parking on the street, do you see any issue with parking on street parking? That's the first one. Ask you the second one later.
Okay.
They should be able to park strictly in our driveway. We have a 2-car garage and we park our cars in the garage. So both sides of our driveway will be available. There will only be one class going on at a time because we've only got the one instructor, and there's 15 minutes in between each class. So plenty of time for that car to leave before the next car arrives. If someone should have to park on the street, we do have a spot right in front of the house, but I do think they'll be able to park fully in our driveway without encroaching on the sidewalks.
Okay, thank you. My second question is about the safety. So we know that the person who will be doing the instructions, she's well trained, she's certified. What are the liability? Mainly here I'm looking at if there's a problem of drowning or another thing. And this is a question also to the town staff. What do they know from their experience, or typically wherever there is such a type of schools? What is the liability if something goes wrong there? Is the town also in question or supposed to answer something, or is it just the school itself and the person who's doing the training? I just want to have some clarification on that.
So Sean, can I direct that to you? I don't know if you've had any discussions with legal at the town on that. Hi, your mic is also muted, Sean.
sorry about that. Through you, Mr. Chair, no, there wasn't any discussions that took place with the town's legal department in regards to that. I mean, I believe the responsibility, the onus, in any case, is always on the homeowner, the operator of the home business, right? So I think in this case, maybe it would be best if perhaps the applicant could speak to what kind of safety arrangements would be, accommodated through this, through the proposed home business.
Yeah, for sure.
I believe obviously there would have to be, of course, a safety component, and given the nature of the business. But yes, if you're able to speak to that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, for sure. I mean, safety is a big part of this business. We've secured commercial insurance for the business for liability in addition to our home insurance. So that is definitely, kind of would fall under kind of our purview for that. The other big part, though, is the requirement from York Public Health to have a health inspection, and a big part of that is to ensure a number of safety items are met, be it safety equipment, hands-on items, in case of emergencies. And we are working through that process now with them, and we think we're going to be fully compliant by the start of the business this summer.
Thank you very much. Yeah. I'll look.
Thank you. Actually, you answered even my other question, which was going to talk about the safety, the equipment,
Okay.
and so on. So basically, I know you do it, but just for the sake of records and knowing that everybody here, that you have taken care of everything.
Yep.
So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, David. Linda, please go right ahead.
Thanks, through the chair. I just wanted to say those were my questions. This was the insurance end of it. So I'm good. I wish her luck, and
Thank you.
hope she does a good job and has a successful summer.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Linda.
Yeah, I just have to say one thing there. My daughter actually was a beneficiary of all of that training as well. And she got turned on to, instruction because she took instruction at one of our neighbors' backyard pools. And that was a real motivator for her to go on and get all of her certification. Turns out she didn't use it, but we were pretty proud that she actually went through and did all of that. So I wish your daughter lots of luck this summer. I'm sure she's going to be a very busy girl.
Yeah.
Steve, did you want to add anything else on this application?
Yeah, no, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I know we've seen a few of these variance applications lately. The committee has generally been very supportive, as has staff, and I think staff's done a great job here assessing it. And I congratulate your daughter's entrepreneurial spirit and you for supporting her, and I'm supportive. So.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
And we'd like to say thank you, especially to Brishanthe, who made this process a lot easier.
Yeah.
She really helped us navigate it all. So thank you, Brishanthe.
We are very fortunate to have Brishanthe as part of this group from the staff side. She does an amazing job for all of us and keeps us all well organized. So thank you for recognizing her efforts there. Look to the committee for a motion on this application. David, please go right ahead.
Through the chair, I move that minor variance application MV-2022-14 be approved, subject to the conditions in the staff's report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seconder, please. Linda, thank you very much. Call the question. All in favor? And that passes. Thank you very much. So again, we'll just wish you a very pleasant evening. Very fortunate to be first on our agenda this evening and not last, but enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. Enjoy your long weekend.
Thank you. Happy Easter. Thank you. All right, moving on to the next item on the agenda. And this is 115, 135, and 155 Addison Hall Circle. This is Addison Aurora Industrial GP Incorporated. This is file MV 2022-09, and the related planning application is site plan application 2022-01. This application, the owner applicant is requesting relief from the requirements of the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw 6000-17 as amended to facilitate the construction of 3 industrial buildings, and the following relief is being requested. Section 5.5.4 brackets A of the zoning bylaw 6000-17 as amended limits the number of driveways to 2, and the application is and applicant is proposing 4 driveways in total. I'll just briefly mention that the applicant's stated reason for not complying with the zoning bylaw is largely based on the need to provide for site circulation for the proposed fire routes, as well as fire service access to all areas of the buildings on site. In addition, it also ensures a focus on the provision of safety measures that need to be achieved, and to provide the necessary vehicle access and maneuvering to accommodate larger industrial related vehicles. Planning comments with regards to the official plan. Planning staff are of the opinion that 4 driveways meet the intent and purpose of the official plan, implementing larger parking areas and provides for appropriate access to loading facilities within the interior area of the business park. With regards to the zoning bylaw, planning staff are of the opinion that the increased number of driveways from 2 to 4 will not result in any negative impacts, and are of the opinion that the general intent of the zoning bylaw will be met. And with regards to the variance being desirable for the appropriate development of the property, transportation staff concur with the applicant's transportation impact study submitted for the additional driveways. Overall, planning staff are satisfied with the 4 access points being provided to allow for overall vehicle movement for the site. Therefore, planning staff are of the opinion that the variance is desirable. And they are also of the opinion that the variance request is minor in nature and overall provides for more access and maneuverability to and within the site. Building division, and this is additional comments that were received, completed the preliminary zoning review. Engineering division, there was a transportation impact study prepared by Nextrans. And based on the foregoing, they have no objections to the minor variance. Operational services have reviewed the documentation and associated with the above noted application and additional driveways that may impact the landscaping. Should the application be approved, any proposed landscape as per site plan within the new proposed driveway location shall be accommodated elsewhere on the lots. No comments were received from operational services. No comments were received from Central York Fire Services, York Region. No comments. LSRCA did not comment on the application as it is outside the area governed by OREG 17906. Electric utilities have their standard comments therein provided. There were no written submissions from the public. And I believe we are joined by Brad Rogers this evening. Good evening, Brad. Good to see you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Hi, Tom, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to be here on behalf of Berkshire Access Developments. Just to clarify that this is 3 parcels of land that were merged together on one addresses 115, 135, and 155 Addison Circle. And with respect to the bylaw, because they were merged, it permits 2 driveways. The site plan that we've prepared and the site plan has been submitted does show 4 driveways. If developed individually, there would have been 6. I have gone through the staff report, reviewed the traffic report that was submitted, concur with the conclusions of planning staff, and happy to answer any questions that members of the committee might have. I know you have lots on your agenda, so I won't take up a lot of your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Appreciate that. And I will note that there does not appear to be anyone here from the public who wishes to speak on this application. So I'll look to members of the committee if there are any comments or questions to the applicant. Linda, yes, please go right ahead.
Good evening and thank you. Through the chair. No, I since it was three original lots anyway, there was designed for 6 driveways. Now it's basically going down to 4 driveways and just a bigger, because they amalgamated. So I personally don't see an issue with the traffic studies being done. It seems like they've covered all the bases for me. So I'm good to go. I think it'll be nice. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Linda. Any other comments, questions to the applicant? Daniel? Yep.
Thank you, through the chair. Just a quick question, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to find a true north arrow and I'm not finding it. So I'll just go with true north being Addison Hall. On the First Commerce Drive entrance, there is that fire route. My only question is there enough space there to do a U-turn if all the parking spots are taken? Because those are 2 dead-end driveways, correct?
Yeah, that is correct, Mr. Chair, through you to committee member Daniel. The actual location that we're proposing was the location and the curb cuts that are already there. So it was anticipated that the driveway would be located there. With respect to the fire route, to get to the fire, obviously, they can turn left and go as far north as possible, and then come back and do basically a hammerhead turn. More than likely, the fire truck would probably park on First Commerce Drive if they showed up to a fire. But the reason why we've located the driveway kind of at the southern end was because the existing curb cut in the development showed it in that location, and our engineer then recommended that it stay there. So the other access points from Addison Hall seem to work fine with respect to emergency vehicles being able to access and turn around the site, as well as a large truck court between buildings 1 and 2 to provide larger vehicles getting in and out. So I think, from my opinion, it's a fairly efficient use of land, and there's a tremendous need for these smaller individual units. And this is a great place in the Addison Business Park for this type of use to go, that's for sure.
Absolutely, and I'm looking forward to that type of use in the area. So just to finish on that point, and not the fire route and so forth, but just in terms of the use, it's going to be commercial. It's going to be personal vehicles in the front and the commercial vehicles in the back. So having a log jam is not going to be an issue in that geography, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Through the chair, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Any other comments or questions on the application? None? Okay.
David, I'm sure I thought you'd have a question. Sure. Go on.
No, actually, the questions I was going to ask, or it would not be questions, actually, it would be clarification, which, considering the time, they're not necessary. I was going to be hoping that, there are mutual easements or
Yeah.
showing where those, parcels are, but, they don't add anything. They don't add any value to the goal of this meeting. That's the only thing I would have asked to see where the boundaries are, and to confirm if you have got mutual easements and so on. So I'm not asking, and I don't have any comments.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, David. Yeah, we're sticking to planning merit, Brad.
I know.
This
That's
evening,
true.
so it's all good. Just one minor point. So, and I don't have the site plan like right in front of me right now, but I remember looking at it. Is it building 3 that you're proposing, that narrowest part of driveway that would be providing access to the rear of those units?
Yes, that's correct.
And those would be limited to those individuals or those businesses that don't require access with a 53-foot trailer. Am I correct on that?
That's correct. 100% correct. Yeah.
Okay. That's great. So what I'm going to do then is I don't have any other comments or questions, so I'll look to the committee for a motion on this application. Linda, please go right ahead.
Okay, thank you, and through the chair. I move that application. Oh boy, okay, MV 2022-09, Addison Aurora Industrial GP Inc., 115 to 155 Addison Hall Circle, yeah, be approved for minor variance as indicated in the staff reports. There's no conditions, is there a condition?
Nope.
No, okay, as indicated in the staff report.
Perfect. I'll look for a seconder on that motion, please. Daniel, thank you very much. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that carries. Wonderful.
Thank you very
Good to
much.
see you again, Brad. Thank you very
you.
much.
Thank you very much. Have a nice night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice long weekend, Brad. All right, moving right along. So we are at item number 3, and this is 15086, 15094, and 15106 Young Street, Silhouette Aurora Incorporated. This is minor variance 2022-08. There is a related planning application, which is SP Site Plan 2018-03. The owner is requesting relief from the requirements of the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw 6000-17 is amended to facilitate the development of 53 stacked townhouse dwelling units on the subject lands. The following relief is being requested. A, 24.502.2.1 of the zoning bylaw requires a minimum lot area of 4,000 square meters. The applicant is proposing a minimum lot area of 3,994 square meters. B, section 24.502.2.1 of the zoning bylaw requires a minimum lot frontage of 75.8 meters. The applicant is proposing 75 meters. C, section 7.5.2.2 of the zoning bylaw requires any multi-unit development provide a minimum amenity area of 18 square meters per dwelling unit, provided a minimum 50% of the required amenity area is provided as interior amenity area. The applicant is proposing 0 square meters of indoor amenity area. D, section 4.20 of the zoning bylaw requires that open porches, uncovered terraces, and decks 3.2 meters in height or less may encroach a maximum of 2.5 meters into a required front and exterior side yards, where no case shall be 4.5 meters from the front lot line and 3 meters from the exterior side yard lot line. The applicant is proposing 0.7 meters from the east property line. E, Section 4.20 of the zoning bylaw requires that steps and landings may encroach a maximum of 2 meters into all yards where no case shall be closer than 4.5 meters from the front lot line and 2.1 meters from the exterior side lot line. Also, in no case shall be closer than 0.3 meters from the interior side lot line. The applicant is proposing 0.0 meters from the east property line. And F, Section 4.8.1D states where the rear lot line of any lot in a non-residential zone abuts a lot in a residential zone, a minimum 3 meter wide continuous landscape strip shall be provided along the abutting lot line of the lot. The applicant is proposing 1.5 meters along the west lot line. Some of that may sound a little bit confusing, but when you see it on paper, it all makes sense. With regards to the related planning applications, on June the 22nd, 2021, Council approved the revised site plan subject to conditions. One condition included that the owner obtain minor variance approval for the exceptions to zoning bylaw 6000-17 as amended. These exemptions included variances A to E outlined at the onset of the report. It should be noted that minor variance F arose from a town-initiated housekeeping amendment to the zoning bylaw, which Council approved on July the 13th, 2021. And again, it is important to note that the housekeeping amendment bylaw is currently under appeal. Planning comments. With regards to the official plan, staff essentially are going through each one individually and indicating that for the most part, most of the reductions with particular emphasis on the lot area is really minor, and the frontage being minor. And with regards to the outdoor amenity spaces, the spaces amount to 14.5 square meters of shared amenity space per unit and 22.5 square meters of private amenity spaces, which provides sufficient for enjoyment and interaction of future residents. As such, the proposed variance C meets the general intent of the official plan. Similarly, staff are of the opinion that D and E are also variants that do meet the general intent of the official plan. And finally, that the proposed residential use is compatible with adjacent uses, and the proposed 1.5 meter landscape strip does provide adequate area for planting and buffering along the west property line. So as such, they are of the opinion that it does meet, F does meet the intent of the official plan. Similarly, with regards to zoning, staff are of the opinion that the variances are in keeping with the general intent of the zoning bylaw. With regards to them being, the variances being considered desirable for the appropriate development of the land. I'll just mention in the staff report, review of site plan application SP 2018-03 included landscape plans, and throughout the review process, adequate planting and buffering along the western boundary line has been provided. And similarly, other aspects of the development are considered appropriate. Staff are also satisfied that the proposed development achieves the vision of development within the Aurora Promenade and is compatible with the surrounding land uses. As such, the proposed variances are considered minor in nature. Additional comments, building division, preliminary zoning review was completed in February. of 2022, Engineering Division. No comments or concerns. Operational Services noted that the applicant, the above noted application and have no formal comments, as these will be addressed through the site plan application. Operational Services, no comments. Central York Fire, comments have been received with no comments or concerns. York Region, no comments or concerns. LSRCA, the proposal is generally consistent and in conformity with the natural heritage and natural hazard policies of applicable provincial, region, and local plans. Any approval of this application would be subject to the one condition, and that is that the owner shall pay all development fees to the LSRCA in accordance with the approved fees policy under the Conservation Authorities Act. Electric utilities, standard comments there related to any new development. And there were no written submissions received at the writing of the staff report. And there are conditions of approval which appear in Appendix A. And I will welcome the applicant. I believe it is David Sharazenko. I'm sorry if I didn't do that justice.
That's pretty good for a first attempt. Thank you very much, Chair.
Welcome, sir. I'll just ask you to give your name, address, and who you're representing here.
Yes, my name is David Cherazenko. I'm a senior associate at Bousfields. We're planning consultants to the applicant. My address is 3 Church Street, Unit 200 in the City of Toronto. Good evening. I will not spend too much time at the outset of this, but will be available to answer any questions or comments from the members of this committee. I have been the planner assigned to this particular site since 2018, when the site-specific zoning was approved for a previous development proposal. At that time, we crafted the zoning bylaw amendment to the specific proposal that was proposed at that time, which were 2 perpendicular stacked townhouse blocks. Since that time, since the approval of that site-specific bylaw, we've done more detailed design work around the site, particularly looking into hydrogeological and geotechnical investigations to support the site plan application. And it was determined that the groundwater and soil conditions were unsuitable for underground parking at the site. And as a result, the development proposal had to be raised so that the parking would sit at grade and the proposed townhouses would sit on top of the at grade parking. And as a result, a block of townhouses were proposed parallel to Yonge Street, as the original proposal had 2 blocks perpendicular to Yonge Street. And the result of that change in the plan has resulted in a series of variances, particularly to the front yard setback conditions for steps and porches and landscaping. And that's the nature of the majority of the variances. The first 2, A and B, were frankly clerical errors about the size of the site and the size of the frontage of the property, which has not changed since the original approval of the bylaw. And I've prepared a colored a minor variance plan of the overlay of the site plan. I can share it on the screen, or you may all have it in your materials there, and I'm happy to speak to each and every one of the variances requested.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, David. I know you've been on this file for quite some time, so I'm sure you're extremely familiar with it. Okay, again, and I should apologize, Prashanthi, well, obviously we know the Thompson's addresses, and in the first item we reviewed, and I'm pretty sure we've got Brad Rogers' coordinates on file. So those, I inadvertently forgot to ask them to enter those into the record, but I don't think that poses a problem here in this at this point. No one, I don't believe, from the public is here, and I don't believe we've received any other further comments in writing. So with that, I'll look to the members of the committee for any comments or questions on this application. And while they're thinking about it, maybe what I'll do is, okay, thank you, David, go right ahead. I'll just ask you to unmute your mic, please.
It's just a comment. I see the in the staff's report, it's well written, describing the reasons why, you know, those minor variances, you know, they are minor, or, you know, they meet the what is required. But one tends to wonder why they are regarded as minor variances. Because like in the staff's report, there's good justification in terms of that this should not have been here. That's what I'm looking at. They should not have been here in the first place. So it's something which maybe staff could always look into with the maybe the zoning, maybe zoning by law, maybe it's existing, and the maybe needs some other things to be considered in terms of not being brought forward to the committee. That's just my general comment. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I did mention that the site-specific zoning was crafted in 2018 around a different development proposal, and it didn't contemplate some of the front yard setback conditions that are in the parent bylaw. So as a result, some majority of the variances are now required because the development proposal changed through the site plan from the original zoning.
Anything else, David?
No, thank you. I don't have any comment. That is the only comment.
Okay, thank you.
Especially in the instance that we have a lot of applications, this shouldn't have been here.
Well, we are here and we are dealing with it, David, as you know. All right, any other comments or questions of the applicant on this application? Linda, I see your hand there. Please go right ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I just have a couple of things. Like I was concerned about. I think you're talking about the site plan, and there's private land on Yonge Street, right on the corner, and that's right where the where is that, the Tannery Creek water course right there. And there's a you know, it's huge there. It's all taken care of. What is that area like? How is that protected if it's a private land right there at the front? That's right where the Tannery water is. I think it's called water course. Yeah. Oh yeah, there we are. Yeah, down here at the bottom corner. Yeah. It said private land.
Yeah, it's private.
Public. Okay. Space.
That's right. It's privately owned but publicly accessible. So through the site plan process, staff wanted to see more of an opportunity for public space along Yonge Street. And that space that's at the north end of the site, north of the driveway, was an opportunity for us to create, as you can see down adjacent to the sidewalk zone, there'll be an opportunity for seating and planting so that there's a bit of relief along Yonge Street for the public to enjoy. The remainder of this will be planted, and it'll be more of a passive viewing area from the street. But it will be under private ownership because it does provide for a series of easements for both the town and the owner, but it will be publicly accessible.
Okay, and then obviously it'll be environmentally protected as the construction goes for the creek that runs through there too, right? Because it comes from one side of Yonge Street, comes underneath your project, and then it comes out the other side.
Yeah, so I don't know if you can make it out here, but there's actually a culvert
Yep.
in the wall of the culvert starts just at the edge of the property and then extends, as you said, under Yonge Street. So
Right.
this area will sit on top of that, and it will have enough cover there to be well planted with mature trees.
And for construction, it'll be protected all through there as well, right?
Oh yeah, there's no
Yeah.
construction permitted in that location.
Okay, there was only one other question I had other than that, was at the back of the property and all the way to the far to the south. It's quite a way down. Is there a big retaining wall going to be there that'll prop up the back of Temperance? We've got a couple of there's homes all the way back, residential street right behind that, and it seems like they'll be a little bit higher up. You know, like from where your Yonge Street is, I guess, because you're saying you're coming straight through on that because you couldn't go below. What are you going to do at the back there? I mean, I read that there was a berm, but it was possible to be a berm or not. Can you just explain what's happening around the perimeter of the building on the west side?
Yeah, absolutely. So all along the west side of the property, there will be a 1.5 meter landscaping strip. So that's this green strip that runs all the way along the western property boundary. Also, you can see all along the property boundary, there is a retaining wall. And the reason for the retaining wall, as you mentioned, is that the subject site is lower than the properties on Temperance.
Right.
So Temperance backyards actually sit a few meters higher than the subject site. So those retaining walls will have landscaping on the side of them, and they can be planted so that it will provide more of a natural transition to those residential areas. Also, I should mention that this irregular side to the rear property boundary or the west property boundary will be used as an outdoor amenity space because it is at a level area, and that also provides us with an opportunity for additional plantings that can enhance that landscaping strip.
Okay, right. And the retaining wall, does it mention there how high that retaining wall is?
It varies, but it does run in the range of about 2 meters in locations.
At the most. Okay. No, it seemed like there was quite the drop right there in elevation between the backyards on Temperance and the Yonge Street level. Okay, that's what I was just concerned about, what that was going to look like, how you're going to deal with that.
Yeah, this rear portion of the site is actually going to be raised up so that these buildings can all be sort of accessed at the street level. But when you get closer to Yonge Street, the site drops down, and you can see here, there's a series of steps in this sidewalk here. And that brings you down to the grade of Yonge Street from the grade of essentially Temperance and the high point of the site.
Okay. Okay. I thank you for that. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Linda. Okay. Are there any other comments or questions from members of the committee? And because the site plan is up, I do not see faces there, so I'll just.
Oh.
Oh,
There you go. Yes, Daniel, please go right ahead.
Which is unfortunate because I did want to talk about a plan, but the
let me pull it back up, Daniel.
Well, actually, it's going to be a different one possibly, because I tried to find a CAD of the fascia of Yonge Street, and I went on your website, Aurora Park or High Park Aurora. Went to the sales center. Unfortunately, I couldn't go in, but I'm just trying to understand, because there is the minor variance right on Yonge Street with the with the patios. I think they're called something different, but anyways, I just want to understand what that will look like from both the straight on and as well as a pedestrian on Yonge Street in terms of those patios. Do you have any visuals that you can share? If not, could you describe it?
I do have an elevation of that.
Oh,
and I'm gonna
perfect.
Try and pull that up on the screen for you right now.
Thank you.
You're hitting the questions I had, Daniel, so thank you.
Usually it's Steve's jobs to ask all the questions I'm going to think of first. So
Well, you got first crack at it this time.
that's it.
Well done, Daniel.
And there might be far too many lines on here for you, Daniel. But this is the east block. So this is the block of stacked townhouses that will face Yonge Street. So this is the view from the sidewalk of Yonge Street of what you will see. And as you can see, there is a change in grade, obviously, from the north end of the site to the south, as I'm sure you're all familiar with this section of Yonge Street. And the building does rise as it moves to the south. And then as you come across, all of the lower level units will have direct access to the sidewalk via these stairwells that will directly open up onto the street. That's one of the variances. And then you can see that these porches, these covered porches, provide for some level of amenity on these units as well, facing Yonge Street. And they sit over top of the steps and the front porch of those related units.
But they do not sit over the sidewalk, correct?
No, no, absolutely.
Okay. Okay, no, that answers. I think that answers, without question, my my main concern that hadn't been addressed yet. I'm just going to take a screenshot. Done. Okay, Mr. Chair, I think I am good, and I'm pretty sure you're going to address in a more planning way what I'm thinking, anyways. So I'll let you proceed.
Thank you, Daniel. All right. Before you get to me, I think I'll give Steve an opportunity if he has any comments.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I was going to ask some questions about Tannery Creek, but I was beaten to it here, so I'm comfortable. Thank you.
Terrific. All right. Yeah, my comments are echoing Daniel's comments, and maybe just looking. My concern was the massing on Yonge Street, that continuous block, and it's hard to it's hard to imagine any other than just a blank wall. You've kind of shown it that way, and I've had concerns in the past about proximity of ground floor dwellings in multiple story buildings that close to a very busy regional road. I can cite a number of examples where on the northeast corner of Yonge and Wellington, a relatively new condominium was built where ground floor was limited to retail or commercial. Similarly, at the corner of Yonge Street and Aurora Heights, immediately north of the Petro-Canada station, there is a 6 or 7 story condominium building there. Again, ground floor is not residential. And then most specifically, David, I have to say, when I'm coming south on Yonge Street towards Wellington, on the west side, recently constructed attached townhomes where you have now residential on the ground floor with very small balconies that are literally a meter or two from the sidewalks. And I can't imagine, save and except for Canada Day for parades, the Christmas parade, those folks have the best view of the parades and festivities as they go by. But the rest of the time, it's very heavily trafficked. There's a local and regional bus stop right next to them. The traffic backs up. I don't think you're quite, in the same conditions because you don't have traffic lights right next to those units. But I struggle sometimes with residential on the ground floor, right next to a regional road with vast amounts of traffic. And I just noted in your elevation that that is the face of the building and that is the fronts of those buildings with the windows and lots of glazing for those who are living in those units. And again, it's I know that we're trying to maximize the ability to utilize land, to its maximum. Well, that's even better.
Yeah, I just found the colored renderings. I'm sorry, Daniel, for showing you black and white earlier.
You know what, David? Walk me through the drawing on the left, because now it appears to me that those balconies and what have you are raised up a little bit from the street. Am I correct?
That's exactly right, Mr. Chair. So you can see here, so in this view, we're looking north along the west side of Yonge Street. So you can see the sidewalk zone here along the street there. There is a setback zone before you hit the steps. I believe it's 0.7 meters. And then you hit the steps going down to the lower level unit, and then steps going up to the first floor unit with a bit of a landing. You can see here where these columns are, they extend out to the edge of those steps. And that's where that front patio or terrace is being provided for the upper level unit. But you can see there's quite a bit of separation. Actually, there's even planting opportunities on the other side of the sidewalk. So it's not quite as packed, I would say, as you may see a commercial retail use on Yonge Street would be to the sidewalk. It does provide some relief given that it is residential in character. But at the same time, this is the Aurora Promenade, and we are trying to promote pedestrian-oriented and safety, and obviously having people right on the street and eyes on the street, so to speak, from all those windows. I think that is certainly the intent of the official plan for this particular area.
Thank you for that. It also looks like there is some attenuation in between those units that gives it a little bit more of a little bit more relief from a flat, if you will, appearance, which doesn't come up on the site plan at all. So thank you for digging that out, David. That responds to my concern very well. Thank you.
My pleasure.
So are there any other comments to the applicant? Seeing none, I'll look to the committee then for a motion on this application. David?
Chair, I move that the minor variance application MV-2022-08 be approved. Actually, all conditions and all variances be approved, subject to I think there's only I think. See. Yeah, subject to only one condition in the staff's report. Thank you.
Correct. I'll look to the committee for a seconder on that motion. Linda, see your hand up there, and I'll call the question. All of those in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much. David, thank you very much for being here, providing the information and responding to all of our questions and concerns. Appreciate it. And I'll wish you a nice long weekend.
And to you and to all of you. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the next item on the agenda. This is a consent and minor variance applications for 99 Mosley Street. And the applicant is 2776780 Ontario Inc. And this is consent application 2022-01 and minor variance application 2022-06 and 2022-07. The purpose of the proposed consent and variance applications are to facilitate 2 semi-detached units and lots on the subject property, municipally known as, it should be as, not at, 99 Mosley Street. The proposed consent plan showing the parcels to be severed and retained is attached in Appendix A. The applicant is requesting provisional consent to A, sever and convey a parcel of land, brackets Part 2, with an approximate area of 291.8 square meters and approximate lot frontage of 7.95 meters. B, retain a parcel of land in brackets Part 1 with an approximate area of 291.6 square meters and an approximate lot frontage of 7.95 meters. The applicant is requesting relief from the requirements of zoning bylaw 6000-17 as amended to facilitate the proposed severance and to permit the following for the retained lot. And that's obviously our minor variance 2022-06 Part 1. A, Section 7.2 of the zoning bylaw requires a minimum lot area of 650.0 square meters for semi-detached dwellings. The applicant is proposing 2 semi-detached dwellings with a lot area of 583.4 square meters. And B, Section 7.2 of the zoning bylaw requires a minimum lot frontage of 20 meters for semi-detached dwellings. The applicant is proposing 2 semi-detached dwellings with a lot frontage of 15.9 meters. The applicant is requesting relief from the requirements of zoning bylaws 6000-17 as amended to facilitate the proposed severance to permit the following for the severed lot, and that would be for minor variance 2022-07 7-07, Part 2A, Section 7.2 of the zoning bylaw requires a minimum lot area of 650 square meters for semi-detached dwellings. The applicant is proposing 2 semi-detached dwellings with a lot area of 583.4 square meters. B, Section 7.2 of the zoning bylaw requires a minimum lot frontage of 20 meters for semi-detached dwellings. The applicant is proposing 2 semi-detached dwellings with a lot frontage of 15.9 meters. And C, Section 24.497.3.2 of the zoning bylaw requires a minimum interior side yard setback of 3 meters beyond the main rear wall of the adjacent dwelling. The applicant is proposing a 2-story semi-detached dwelling with a 1.5 meter setback to the interior lot line. And planning comments. With regards to the official plan, the stable neighborhood official plan designation applicable to the subject site allows for ground-oriented residential development, which includes semi-detached dwellings. The proposed development and associated variances will result in a development that satisfies the above noted official plan criteria. So that's the criteria in the staff report, appearing in 3 bullets. And the proposed semi-detached dwellings will be compatible with the surrounding land uses. Staff are therefore of the opinion that the proposed variances meet the general intent of the official plan. And with regards to the variances meeting the general intent of the zoning bylaw, staff are of the opinion that this requested side yard setback reduction maintains the intent of the zoning bylaw, and that the staff consider the variances that permit the reduced lot area for both severed and retained lots meet the intent of the zoning bylaw, as does the frontage. With regards to the variances considered desirable for the appropriate development of the property, staff are satisfied that the proposal adequately responds to the official plan criteria for the new development within the stable neighborhood designation. Staff are also of the opinion that the subject lot is suitable to accommodate the proposed semi-detached dwellings in compliance with most zoning standards except the main wall projection, which staff also accept. As well, staff consider that the proposed variances to permit the reduced lot frontage and lot areas for the semi-detached lots and a reduction to the interior side yard setback for the south wall on the retained parcel to be appropriate for the development of the property. And staff are of the opinion that the variances are to be minor in nature. With regards to the consent application, planning staff are of the opinion that the proposed severances to create 2 semi-detached dwellings on the lots conforms to the official plan, and associated variances to permit the lot configuration is supportable and appropriate for the site. Review of the consent and variance applications by the engineering division confirms that the municipal services are available to accommodate the proposed additional lot. Staff therefore do not have any objection to the approval of the consent applications, subject to conditions outlined in Appendix A. Other comments that have been received through departments and/or agencies. Building division preliminary zoning review was completed in March. Engineering have reviewed the above applications and have no objections in principle to it, subject to the following condition: that the owner enter into a site plan agreement with the town, pardon me, which shall provide all required engineering detailed design plans and reports to the Director of Planning provide any documents requested by the Director of Planning and Development Services to the Director's satisfaction, demonstrating that all required approvals applicable to the proposed site plans, engineering design required by the town or other government agency have been obtained. And C, including any other obligations to the town, financial or otherwise, including but not limited to engineering fees and securities, to the satisfaction of the Director of Planning and Development Services. Operational services. There are trees situated on the subject property that may require removal and may be impacted by excavation or disturbance due to demolition or construction. In view of the above, staff recommend the committee impose the following conditions if this application is approved: that the owner may be required to provide an evaluation report prepared by a certified arborist or professional registered forester outlining all aspects of the impacts that the proposal will have on existing and current vegetation. In addition, the report shall include a schedule of monitoring the ongoing site work through a series of scheduled site visits by the arborist or forester during and post construction, and that the owner will be required to provide vegetation compensation and replanting plan in accordance with the Town of Aurora tree removal, pruning and compensation policy. That the owner comply with the Aurora tree permit bylaw. The owner shall agree to provide financial securities based on the total value of the tree compensation evaluation and arboricultural works as defined by the town and the owner's arborist or forester, and a letter of undertaking be established with the Town of Aurora. Operations and Public Works, no comments. Central York Fire, no comments or objections. York Region, no comment on the severance and minor variance application. There are conditions of consent, and that is prior to the approval of the consent application, the Town of Aurora shall confirm that adequate water supply and sewage capacity has been allocated for the new lot. Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, confirming that the property is not within an area regulated by the LSRCA, and a review by the Conservation Authority is not warranted. Electric utilities, standard again. No, actually, no comments or concerns. Written submissions were not received at the timing of the writing of the report. There are conditions imposed as recommended conditions of approval. And with that, I will welcome, I guess it is Joanna Fast.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
Good evening, welcome. And for the record, your name and your address, please.
So my name is Joanna Fast. I'm a planner with Evans Planning. My address is 9212 Young Street, Unit 1 in Richmond Hill. And the postal code is L4C7A2.
Thank you very much. Welcome. And if you wish to make a presentation.
I do. I think it's being brought up now. Give me one moment. My screen just did something funny. There we go. Okay. So the application this evening is for the property located at 99 Mosley Street. It's shown on this air photo on the screen. It's on the south side of Mosley Street. Generally to the north, west, and south of the property, it's a low-rise development. The neighborhood has a mixture of low-rise forms, including single-family homes, some semi-detached, as well as some multiplex units. The lands to the east of the subject property, including the long piece that's beside us, are industrial and are subject to a current application for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to permit a mid-rise apartment building and as well as some townhouses. To the northeast of us, on that other industrial site, that is also subject to an application for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for another mid-rise apartment building and townhouse complex. The site is very close to the Aurora GO station. You can see the parking lot to the east of Berksea Street. We could go on to the next slide. This slide shows our draft reference plan. It shows the proposed severance. So we're proposing to split the lot in half, and each will be developed with a semi-detached unit that will be 2 stories in height. Can we go on to the next slide? This is our site plan. The slide shows that the proposed dwellings will generally be equal in size, as well as the lots. Each dwelling will have 2 parking spaces, with 1 parking spot being located on the driveway and the other in an internal garage. If we could move on to the next slide. These show the elevations for the proposed dwellings. They have been designed to reflect the more of a heritage character of the neighborhood. You'll see on the side elevation that there are no windows in the section of the building that extends beyond the neighbor's main wall. Could we go on to the next slide? So we are requesting 3 minor variances to allow this severance proposal and for the development of the semi-detached dwelling. The first one is we're asking for a minimum lot area of 583.4 square meters versus the 650. And that is for both lots combined. That's how the Aurora zoning bylaw looks at a semi-detached lot. The design meets most of the required zoning standards for setbacks, coverage, and height, with the only exception being the requested side yard setback beyond the main wall. The design suits the neighborhood, which has a variety of lot sizes. The next variance that we are asking for is for reduced lot frontage from 20 to 15.9 meters. There is a variety of frontages in the town park neighborhood, including lots for semi-detached lots. We've paired the driveways to increase the front yard landscaping and to provide an attractive streetscape. Note that the proposal will act as a transition from the higher density proposals that are to the east of our subject property. Lastly, the third variance that we're asking for is for the side yard setback of 1.5 meters beyond the main wall of the adjacent building, whereas 3 meters is required. This standard was put in the zoning bylaw and generally protects for overlook and privacy concerns. I believe that this is a fairly common variance that comes to the Committee of Adjustment. And even this evening, we have 3 applications that are asking for this variance. And the Committee of Adjustment, I believe, has recently approved variances that are similar to allow for the extension of main walls beyond the neighboring buildings. As I have showed you on the elevation plans, there are no windows in the portion of the building which extends beyond the neighbor's main wall, and therefore there won't be any overlook into that rear yard from upper stories. Also, the rear yards face south. The property has a north-south orientation, and so there shouldn't be any impact from a sunlight perspective. If we could move on to the next slide. I want to thank staff for their very thorough staff report. We concur with staff that the variances meet the 4 tests of the Planning Act. We've reviewed the conditions of approval and we don't have any concerns. We also acknowledge that 2 residents have reached out with interest in this application. We appreciate the unexpected correspondence from someone offering their support of this application. And I believe that there will be a delegation this evening from our neighbor at 95 Mosley. So after hearing them speak and anyone else this evening, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the neighbor or the committee might have.
Thank you very much, Joanna. That was much appreciated. Appreciate the information that you're bringing forward. So what I will do then is I will ask if there are any delegations this evening who wish to speak to the committee on this application. If I'm not mistaken, is it Maria? Maple Homes? Or let's start, I see that Mr. Ross is here. So Mr. Ross, if you would like to address the committee, that would be appreciated. Just give us your name again, your address.
Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely, go right ahead.
Okay,
sir.
great. I am the delegation of 1 from 95 Mosley. So thank you, committee, for letting me speak on behalf of the owner of 95 Mosley. And my name is Graham Ross. So I just wanted to go through a few things because, and I'm going to reference a few pieces that are in the actual committee. The committee of adjustment proposal that was put forward. And thank you for that presentation because it sort of leads into a few things that I wanted to say. I think the first thing is on page 4 in zoning. It references a portion of the south wall, that's the back of the house, is to extend 6.58 meters or 21.58 feet beyond the near main wall of the adjacent dwelling at 95 Mosley. So that's my property. And then when you go into page 6, the proposed variances that meet the general intent of the zoning bylaw, it says the proposed development complies except for the portion of the south main wall that extends beyond the rear of the abutting dwelling. And why I bring that up is because as the committee, the proposal had said, is that bylaw 5850-16, which says it is to prohibit the injury or destruction of trees on private property in the town of Aurora. So at that corner of the house, the south corner of the house that is extending, there is a 100-year-old pine tree that is between both properties. So I'm unclear on how that the new development can be built without disturbing that tree. There's also another older maple tree at the front of the house, which would be adjacent to the driveway. And I'm curious on how that would not be disturbed as well. I'm all for the development of the neighborhood, as long as it fits within the character and the nature of the neighborhood. So I think it's great that we are developing and we're building and we're seeking more people to come in. I know density is one of the things that the town is looking for, but I don't think it should be at the peril of the tree landscape and the character of the older neighborhood that exists. So I just want to make sure, I just want to bring that to the attention. And I do think that, that 21 feet extension off the back should be reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment. Because really what's happening here is you're taking one home and you're turning it into 2 homes. And then, so that's 2 homes, along with all of the other development that's happening on the other 2 corners of Breezy Street. There is a lot of density coming into the area. And I want to just make sure that we maintain the character of the neighborhood when we look at these type of proposals. That's all, Mr. Chair. I don't know if there's any questions.
All right. Actually, probably clarity here. So if I understand correctly, Mr. Ross, the 2 trees that you are talking about are not on the subject property that we are considering this evening. Am I correct in that? Your mic is off, Mr. Ross.
The pine tree is on the property line of both properties.
Okay.
Okay. And then the other tree at the front is I think it's probably on town property. I'm not sure if it's on the property of 99 Mosley, but it's right at the front of the house. There's also a large tree right in the middle of the back deck of the existing structure, and a large pine tree on the far side of the other side of the fence.
All right. Well, let me go to the applicant. Joanna, did you want to comment on the concerns that are being raised by Mr. Ross?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So through you, answering the questions brought by the delegate. So the proposed semi-detached units will extend the 6.5 meters beyond the main wall. I don't think that's an uncommon ask for this neighborhood. I have looked at other variances, and I understand each one has to be reviewed on its own. And as I mentioned, and as I showed on the elevations, there are no windows proposed in that section of the buildings. We will also be subject to site plan approval. That's one of the conditions that's being required by planning staff. So that will also be further reviewed through that process. Similarly, through that process, the town's tree bylaw and I guess any tree protection measures will be reviewed through that process. There is the large pine tree that's on the shared property line between these two properties. There's the large tree that Mr. Ross mentioned in the northwest corner of the property along Mosley Street. That one will likely certainly be protected because our driveways are at the center of the development between the new lot line. So that one will certainly be protected. The one that I believe will have to be removed is the one that Mr. Ross mentioned that's growing out of the deck in the backyard because our units are proposed to be there to extend over that deck where it is now. With respect to the character of the neighborhood, I believe that I also addressed that in my presentation. There's a variety of lot sizes, a variety of housing types in this neighborhood, including semi-detached units on this street, on Metcalf Street, to the north of this property. We are going to be abutted by a new townhouse and high-rise development. To the east of us, we're within an easy walking distance of the GO station. So I think it's an appropriate location to have this semi-detached proposal.
Okay. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to address the committee on this application? All right. So what I'm going to do is I'll go to the members of the committee then for comment or questions. And I'll have a few, I suppose, myself at the end of this, but I'll turn to the members of the committee. Any comments or questions to the applicant? Stephen, go right ahead.
Yeah, so thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to get some clarity in terms of the tree removal, if I could. So question directed to the representative here. So the 100-year-old tree that was referenced, it's on the, that straddles the property line, is that to be impacted?
Through the chair, we haven't done a tree protection plan yet. That'll be done through the site plan approval process. And as I mentioned, that is a condition of the severance and the variances. And so if we can't meet the town's required tree protection measures, then none of this will happen.
Well, and here, once again, through you, Mr. Chair, I think this committee, you reference our, the applications that have been in front of us in the past. And I think this committee has made it quite clear that we'd like clarity on the tree removal, and we don't generally defer it to site plan, because at that point, this is, at least from speaking for myself, I won't presume to speak for other committee members. If I'm going to approve a minor variance, I need to know what is planned for the property. And in many cases, we've actually added conditions where trees needed to be protected. So it sounds to me here that we don't have clarity whether this large old tree is going to be protected or not through the process.
Again, through the chair, just responding to that, the owners of the property are here, and they might be able to speak or provide some sort of confirmation about tree protection, perhaps.
Sorry.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Marcello Polsinelli. I am with my sister, co-owner of the property. Our intent is to protect the numbers of trees that are on the property. The only one that will be in question is the one that is growing through the middle of the deck. It was never really maintained or taken care of. The property is in disrepair as well. We will mitigate anything that we need to do to the building in order to ensure that and we have always in the past protected the environment around as requested from the towns. So we're very familiar and versed. So our plan is to protect everything we can. So we'll make adjustments accordingly.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that. And so just a follow-up question to that. So if the committee were to approve the application tonight, it sounds to me you would be amenable to an additional condition that with the exception of the tree in the middle of the property, that no further tree removal will occur.
As far as we are concerned, as long as it don't adversely affect grading or any issues that the town may request, and a couple of departments, we intend to do whatever we can to protect the tree, of course.
Fantastic. Thank you. So through you, Mr. Chair, I have a question. Well, maybe a comment, and then I'll finish it off with a question to staff. So in general, I am supportive of higher density applications such as this one. I think we need more, varied housing in Aurora. I think you've taken into consideration, the neighbors, the privacy aspect here, especially for the side yard setback variance. And I think that based on what I'm seeing in terms of the proposed dwelling, it also takes into account the character of the neighborhood. So, I really, that's something that I like to see and that I like in this application. However, I will direct a question to staff here, because we've seen a few of these applications. And I think we actually have another one on coming back to us tonight later on for a multiplex. And I still struggle with these applications because I see in the staff reports that we have minimum lot area requirements associated with the housing type. And in the staff report, we tend to justify variances, which in cases such as these, the frontages, the variances can be, 10, 20%, and the minimum lot area variances can be in excess of 10%, which if you look at it on percentage terms, you could look at it and say, this is not minor in nature. And when I've asked, staff in the past about this, they've pointed me to the fact that side yard setbacks are maintained, rear yard setbacks are maintained, and percentage of coverage is complying with the variance, but are complying with the zoning. However, these are all specific zoning requirements on their own. So my question to staff is, when we justify a reduction in lot area for a multiplex, and in this particular case, a reduction, a rather significant reduction in frontage, setting aside the fact that it complies with lot coverage and side and rear yard setbacks, what are we considering here? You know, what are the criteria to determine if, in terms of lot area and frontage, these are considered minor variances? So if I could direct that question to staff, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Sean, can you comment on that?
You're on mute.
You're on mute, Sean.
Sorry about that. I'm sorry, my apologies. Would you mind just rephrasing the question? Sorry, there was a little bit of a cutout at the end there. Apologies.
Yeah, sure. Through you, Mr. Chair. So my question is, and my observation is that in the staff reports where we're dealing with variances for multiplexes, which have a specific minimum lot area, we've seen this before where we say that they are minor in nature and they are appropriate developments, and simply because they meet other zoning requirements such as side yard setback and rear. We mentioned height, and we've mentioned lot coverage. But my question is, those have specific zoning requirements that we assess separately. So it seems to me strange that we would be saying that we're okay with lot area because everything else is met. And so my question is, what are the criteria, for example, in a case like this, where the variances in percentage terms are not small, and some could argue not minor? So how do we justify those? What are you looking for in terms of criteria, and in terms of frontage as well, where we're close to 20% reduction? How do we justify that without the reference to lot coverage and side yard setbacks? Because those have their own specific zoning requirements that admittedly are met.
Right.
But if that's the only justification, then why don't we just get rid of the lot area and the frontage requirements, because we seem to justify it only if the other ones are met, right? So what are you looking at in terms of lot area?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's a fair point for sure. I think for the most part, in staff reports, when you see reference being made to other bylaw requirements being met, for the most part, that's, for informational purposes, and it's each variance is reviewed on its own merit. So anytime, in this case, for example, a land severance, we're looking at the lot frontage, we're looking at the actual lot area, et cetera. I typically, it's a bit of a difficult question to ask simply because, it is rather subjective, right? So what might be appropriate to one person might not be appropriate to another, but typically overall, we look at what we feel is appropriate to staff for the most part. And obviously we rely on committee as well to provide their input and feedback, but it's a fair point. But I think when we do point to other bylaw requirements such as height, et cetera, again, it's more so for informational purposes. And at the same time, it's to just paint a picture, if you will, just to give an idea as to, what the end product is going to look like, the end result, the development as a whole in the end, right? In the event that an approval is issued, and just to, again, more so informational purposes, to point things out that these other bylaw requirements are still being met. So I think, there's an effort being made to indicate that, the staff report is intended to recommend that, in the opinion of staff, that, if they feel it is minor, that's what we're just trying to communicate, right? So hopefully that answered somewhat.
It does. Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, it does. But it's I'm still not understanding the process, and I'll sort of go on on the merits of the case, but I'm sort of, to be quite honest, I'm not understanding the methodology. And I mean, at the end of the day here, and I'm not understanding really the difference between a side yard setback or rear yard setback and a lot coverage, which is always referenced, versus a lot area where nobody, I mean, the zoning says we need to make sure that the housing type and the lot is appropriate for the size of the dwelling.
Mhm.
But we seem to use other criteria to assess that. In any event, in this particular case, I think my concerns are met with regards to the trees. In contrast to some of the other cases that we've seen, I don't see an issue with parking here. I personally do see sufficient rear yard amenity space here for this property. And based on that, which is my, I guess, subjective assessment of this particular site, and also looking, while not zoning, looking at the proposed design of the buildings, I do believe it is in character with the stable neighborhoods. And I think we have addressed the concern of the resident. And I do like the idea that the other exception has addressed the privacy concerns here. Therefore, I am comfortable supporting this minor variance application in particular. Thank you,
Thanks,
Mr.
Steve. But I'm going to jump in here just for a second, Steve, and I think maybe what I can do is also shed a little bit of light. And just to put context to it, when I was reading the staff report, and I'm glad that the applicant's agent pointed this out, that there are official plan amendments in process for lands immediately, I'll say, adjacent to and in the same general area. One of the biggest planning concerns that I have, and I noted that it wasn't pointed out in the staff report, is when you have a residential use immediately adjacent to a commercial or an industrial use, and the lack of separation between those two uses, which can, in many cases, be quite limiting, certainly on the residential side. So I am somewhat encouraged to hear that there are other applications, official plan amendments, and that those land uses that are being proposed, not yet approved, but being proposed, are residential. So the transition from residential to immediately to an industrial use, to me, from a planning perspective, that is a major criteria for me as a planner. Secondly, I think when staff point out that the other requirements in the zoning bylaw that relate to the proposed use that are being satisfied help to justify the variances that are being requested. So the lot frontage, the side yard setback, and the land area reduction. If the applicant has done their best to try and mitigate those other criteria, it helps to justify the reductions that are being, or amendments, minor variances that are being requested by the applicant. But I'm encouraged from a planning perspective that the transition in a neighborhood, a residential neighborhood, especially a stable neighborhood such as this, that ends up transitioning from one land use to another, which is not compatible, is overall going to, I think, improve the quality and the livability of the neighborhood itself. So Sean, I didn't mean to take any liberties there with staff's position, but just speaking as a planner, I just sort of thought that adding a little bit of context in that regard might help the committee in looking at this as a whole. I don't have any of the specifics. And frankly, when I read it in the staff report, I was tempted to call staff and say, well, can we have a look at the application that is immediately adjacent to this one and what impacts that might have. But we're tasked with reviewing the application on the merits of the application itself. So yeah, Steve, did you want to add anything to that comment? I'll just
No, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify the position that I just made when I said that my concerns had been addressed regarding the trees and that I would be comfortable supporting the application. I'd like to just clarify that. I would be comfortable supporting an application with an additional condition imposed, which is that the two trees, the ones being straddling the property line and at the front of the building, will remain protected through development. So that would be the condition of my support for this application.
sure. So a motion, Steve, coming forward in order for you to support it would have to include some wording to that effect. Okay.
Correct.
I'll move on to any other member of the committee who may have comments or questions. So I see David saying no, but I do see Daniel saying yes. The floor is yours, Daniel. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Honestly, it's going to be, like I alluded to earlier, will be a repeating of Steve's comments, but I'll keep it to two main ones. The first one is the condition being added regarding safeguarding and the proper planning around the trees. That would be my requirement as well. But I also wanted to make a comment to Joanna and the presentation in terms of making sure to address the value that this type of higher density dwelling adds to the neighborhood, and as well the considerations on the neighbors with the windows and so forth. So absolutely, it's great to see, especially in that area, a proposal that comes to us that's not about building a mega home or to destroy the neighborhood in a different way. This is really about keeping the same look and feel and adding more people within the area, and so close to the promenade, so close to the GO station, and neighboring the park. It is the ideal location for something like that to happen. So I just wanted to thank the owners, thank the developer, and as long as we can protect the trees, it's the in my mind, it's the appropriate use for the area. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Linda, did you want to add anything to the comments around the table?
Sure, through the chair. I'm really familiar with this neighborhood. I walk it every day. I'm okay with this. I went in the backyard today and I did see that tree, and I was wondering how that was going to come across, because if that's in your way, there's a big problem here for sure with the building. I saw it. I know it. It's been around, including the one in the front. The one in the back is massive. So I don't know how you're going to build around it. I couldn't picture how big your building was going to be and how far it came out. It's got a huge canopy on it. I think you're in for a lot of trouble with that tree and building around it. The fact that you, for the side yard setback, to go back out and have no windows, it also gives the neighbor on the opposite side a big brick wall, like a really big brick wall there. I don't know if that's the best either, because there's no character to that big brick wall that they're going to look at, because there's no window on it. It's, you can throw a ball at it. Like, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't have any character at all. And all of a sudden you were in your backyard and it's a big wall. So anyway, those are just my comments. Yeah, to put a semi in that area, that's fine. To have it, to keep it, it's really super important in this area to have the stable neighborhood, to have the designs, the development that's built to promote the creation of the variety of the homes that are in the area, and to maintain it in the front porches and to look cute. That's what people want of the town park. This is around the corner from the Armory, which the town of Aurora has just spent millions of dollars to upgrade and maintain and to look with board and batten to come back to what it was. So it is important. And 3 doors around the corner is where this house is. So stable neighborhoods is super important. A lot of money was spent on those studies to see what the people wanted. Anyway, that's all. I mean, I would agree with everything my colleagues have said, that my vote would definitely depend on on the arborist and what the trees are going to be, the tree removal or pruning or whatever. My vote would depend on that as well. Thank you, through the chair.
Thank you, Linda. All right. So I think there is a general consensus, just to wrap this up, but there are conditions, and I'm looking at the conditions. There's consent conditions in Appendix D. And obviously the variance conditions, obviously it's conditioned that it applies only to the subject development as long as it remains substantial conformity. But we go up into the conditions for the consent. And clearly there is an opportunity there to add possibly in condition 5, and I'll just paraphrase condition 5, that the owner provide an evaluation report prepared by a certified arborist or professional registered forester outlining all aspects of the impacts that this proposal will have on existing and current remaining vegetation. The report shall include recommendations and an action plan to mitigate on the mitigation and negative effects to vegetation during and post-construction periods, as well as measures aimed at tree health care and protection for the trees affected by the project and any remaining trees in the vicinity of the project that require applicable maintenance. And perhaps somewhere in there, an additional sentence to be added stating essentially, and I'll let it come from the committee here, stating that specific trees, we can reference them, to be maintained as condition of approval. So I think we've come around to identify the issues that are outstanding, and I'll look to the committee then for a motion. Oh, and we should do this. Yeah, we will need a motion on the consent and then a motion on the variances separately. So I'll suggest, I guess what we should do is, let me just double check something here. So perhaps we do the variance applications first and then the consent. So let me look to the committee for a motion on the variance applications.
No.
Steve? Yep. You're muted, Steve.
No, here, my turn now. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I move that with respect to minor variance applications 2022-06 and minor variance application 2022-07, 99 Mosley Street, that we approve the two subject applications as stated in the, according to the conditions as stated in the staff report, with the following amendment to condition number, I believe, hold on, I'm going down here. Condition number,
I believe it's 5.
5, right? And I would maintain the condition in its entirety. However, preface the condition by saying, as a condition of approval, the trees at the front of the property and on the property line to the rear of the property shall be protected and maintained. And I think I would be okay with that because just a period there, maintaining the remainder of the condition, because that has a scheduled monitoring and that facilitates a reasonable amount of pruning. But that will be monitored by the town and an arborist. That would be my suggested amendment and to the conditions of approval.
Terrific. Yeah, that captures it, Steve. Thank you. I'll look to the committee for a seconder on that motion as amended. Daniel seconded, and I'll call the question. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. I'll look to the committee then for a motion on consent application C 2022-01. Steve, yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, with respect to consent application C-2022-01, once again, 99 Mosley Street, I recommend that we approve the consent application subject to the conditions outlined in the staff report.
Thank you. I'll look to the committee for a seconder. Linda, thank you very much. And I'll call a question on that. And all in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much. So thank you to the applicant and the agents for being here. The owners, I really want to thank you for you providing your comments and your position with regards to those trees. They're very important, obviously, and we appreciate your efforts to bring that matter forward, Mr. Ross. I hope that we've helped to address some of the points that you've raised as well. And I'll wish you all a very pleasant evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And same
Thank
to you.
you. Happy Easter.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
All right. I have had a request from a couple of members of the committee to take a short breather and a short stretch. We are, I'll call it halfway through the agenda, not quite, but we probably are when you look at the number of issues that we've dealt with. So it is now, by the watch on my clock here, 9:04. Let's take a recess for or an adjournment for 10 minutes and reconvene back at 9:15, if that's okay with everyone. Okay, so we are in recess.
Yeah,
You're back?
yeah, I am. I had trouble with that one though, I gotta tell you. Think you noticed. I didn't like that. I don't know if I'm becoming a tree hugger here, but it seems like everybody else is forgetting about them, and it's not everybody else. Seems like
Yeah.
sorry. I mean, we have all have strengths and weaknesses within, well, not weaknesses, but strengths within the group. And it seems like like I said, I don't mean to be a tree hugger, but I think some of that, the topography is.
Yeah, you're on mute again.
Why does it keep doing that by itself? Oh, maybe when somebody jumped in.
Are we in the main session?
Hi, Linda, sorry. The meeting
Yeah,
is
we're still in
recording, so
recess.
we're currently live.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So wait until we come back in and
Yeah, we can join the breakout room or we're in main session, right?
actually, Bersanti, I think if we're all back. Steve is back, Daniel's back, David's back. All right, let's.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. When we went into recess, we are still on live stream and we are still in the main session, so we can continue on with the agenda as you wish.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Ashita. Okay, so committee, we are now back in session again, and we're moving on to the next application, which is number 5 on our agenda, and that is for 130 Wells Street. This is minor variance MV 2022-11. There is a related planning application, and it's SPR 2021-10. So that's a site plan application. And this is for Hung Lee. The owner applicant is requesting relief from the requirements of the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw 6000-17 as amended to facilitate a 2-story detached dwelling. And the following relief is being requested. A, Section 7.2 of the zoning bylaw requires a minimum exterior side yard setback of 6 meters. The applicant is proposing 2-story detached dwelling, which is 3.5 meters to the exterior side yard. And B, Section 4.20 of the zoning bylaw permits window bays to encroach a maximum of 1 meter into the exterior side yard. The applicant is proposing a window bay which encroaches 3.0 meters into the exterior side yard. And I'll just note that the stated reason on the application form for this is as follows. The lot is a corner lot, and ratio of width and length is 3, assuming that's 1 to 3, width being 1, length being 3. Distance between 2 side setbacks is 7.73 meters. That is not sufficient for suitable residential detached home. The existing house also passed the setback by 2.59 meters. Planning comments with regards to the variance meeting the general intent of the official plan. Staff are of the opinion that the requested variances will facilitate the development of 2-story detached dwelling that are compatible and generally in keeping with the low density character of the neighborhood. With regards to the zoning bylaw, the exterior side yard setback requirement in the zoning bylaw is 6 meters. The exterior side yard setback for the existing dwelling is approximately 3.4 meters. And the exterior side yard setback for the attached garage is 3.5 meters. Provided that the proposed dwelling will maintain the existing setbacks, staff are of the opinion that the requested variance is not anticipated to create any significant impacts to the streetscapes or to the abutting properties. The proposed window bay is considered appropriate for the dwelling and will aid in the articulation of the south elevation.
I had trouble with that one, though, I gotta tell you. I can think you know.
Hello. I'll just ask those joining the meeting to please put yourself on mute for the moment. Thank you. And I'll just pick up on where I was here, that the proposed bay window is considered appropriate for the development and will aid in improving the articulation of the south elevation. Staff consider the requested variance to be technical in nature and will not negatively impact the proposed dwelling or the streetscape. And with regards to the variances being considered appropriate for the development of the land, it is staff's opinion that the proposed variances are desirable for the appropriate development of the property. And with regards to them being minor in nature, the proposed two-story dwelling is considered appropriate in scale and will not result in any demonstrable adverse impacts on abutting properties or the streetscape. Staff are of the opinion that the requested variances are minor in nature. Additional comments? Building Division preliminary zoning review was completed on March 16th, 2022. Engineering Division, no objections. Operational services, there are trees situated on the subject property that may require removal and may be impacted by excavation or disturbance due to demolition/construction. In view of the above, staff recommend that the committee impose the following conditions if this application is approved. And we refer to the recommended conditions of approval number 3, and that is part of the staff report. Central York Fire Services, no comments. York Region, no comments. LSRCA, based on their review of the submitted information in support of the application, the proposal is consistent and in conformity with the natural heritage and natural hazard policies of the applicable provincial, regional, and local plans. On this basis, we recommend that any approval of this application be subject to the following condition: that the owner pay the LSRCA plan review fee in accordance with the approved fee policy. Electra, no objections to its approval. And again, I'll just point out that in the public correspondence, there were no written submissions at the time of the preparation of the report. There are a list of recommended conditions of approval as they appear in Appendix A. And there are in total 3 of those conditions, and the third condition being quite elaborate. And with that, I will look to the owner applicant to come forward. And welcome to the meeting this evening, and thank you for waiting.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jack Dugan. I'm the planning consultant for the owner. My company is Markets on Main Street. My address is 24 Bramley Street South, Port Hope, Ontario. L1A 3K1.
Go right ahead, Jack.
Okay. In the course of this application, we've had a lot of back and forth with the planning staff and the building staff, and they've been very, very helpful in improving the application. In particular, we've moved the house forward towards Wells Street to the setback line, which helps to reinforce the existing conditions along Wells Street to bring the house in line with our neighbor to the north and other houses along the street. In moving the house forward, we've also been able to bring the back corner of the house forward of the back corner of our neighbor's house. So it does not extend beyond the neighbor's house. There's no question of it, overshadowing or overlooking the neighbor's backyard. And also in moving the house towards Weld Street, we've been able to provide ample room around that big tree in the middle of the backyard, and we won't come anywhere near it, and it will be fully protected. So that leaves us with the two variances. The first variance is for a reduction in the exterior side yard. And what we're proposing is to reduce it in line with the existing house on the property. So in fact, there'll be no change in the setback of a building from the street from today's condition. In addition, the detached garage, which is also in line with the house, it will be removed and the garage will be accommodated within the dwelling. So it will reduce the width of the house on the street and further reduce any impact that it might have on the Kennedy Street streetscape. In working through the house plans, we've been very conscious to try to comply with all of the zoning requirements. We've modified the height of the building to make sure that it complies. And so the only other variance that is required is a variance for the bay window. Now, the intent of the zoning bylaw is to allow bay windows to encroach into the side yard setbacks. But the way the bylaw is worded, that's side yard setbacks as prescribed in the bylaw. As if the first variance is approved, then the new setback will be approximately 3.4 meters, I think it is, from the street line, and the bay window will encroach the allowed amount into that side yard. So in fact, that's a normal condition that's anticipated by the bylaw, but technically we need a variance. That's, I think, all I need to, or I can say about the application. I'd be very happy to answer your questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, Jack, and appreciate that. We also appreciate in the submissions that we did get all the elevations for the property, which helps us deal with the nature of that projection into the setback. And I'll just make sure that are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? I see other names on my list, Ishita. Are there other individuals here who want to address the committee?
Through you, Tom. Sorry, through you, the chair. The other names listed on the sheet that you have are just the applicants. We have Mr. Dugan, we have Mr. Rampton, who I believe is in the call, but Mr. Dugan will be representing the application.
Right. Okay. That's great. Yeah, I noticed the other individuals' names were listed there, so I just want to make sure we covered that off. Thank you. So on this one, I'll look to the committee then if there are any comments or questions of the applicant. Linda, please go right ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Now it unmutes. Yeah, I just have a couple of questions here. It's according to what you just said, Mr. Dugan, that the building will not overshadow the house that's right next door, considering it's right now it's a bungalow, and now we're making it to a full second story with a basement walkout, which has the garage below. Is that garage right at grade level at Kennedy Street? And
yes, it is. Yes.
It is, but it is double the size of what the house is there right now.
Yes.
In height.
That's right. That's right. The depth of the house is approximately the same as the neighbor's house to the north, so it doesn't extend beyond his back wall.
Right.
But it is, of course, a two-story house.
Right, and it is coming out. You're asking for a side yard setback of an extra 9. It should be 9 meters, and you want you're looking for 3.5, which includes the that's still a lot. It's like almost half of the side yard setback, because when you have that garage coming in there, you have the sidewalk right there. It doesn't give you a lot of room with all those different elevations there.
Actually, we do have quite a lot of room. There's about 9 meters between the garage door and the sidewalk.
Garage door and sidewalk. It's hard to picture it all when you even walk it out, to look at it. Okay. The other question I had was, how do you feel that this is inclusive in the stable neighborhoods, looking the way other homes in the area do? I'm looking at it now saying there's no front porch. There's nothing that indicates that it's part of the old town or stable neighborhoods, or what is desired from the urban design guidelines that were provided by the town of Aurora for stable neighborhoods from the planning staff in 2019. It doesn't seem to have any of that. It just seems to be a subdivision home. It doesn't show any other, nothing wrong with a subdivision home, but we're dealing with town park. We're dealing with old town. And I don't see anything that it relates to that at all.
Right. The building design has changed once. We're aware of the comments from urban design with respect to the character of the neighborhood. I understand that the project is going to have to go through site plan approval, and we'll be continuing to work with the planners to resolve those issues.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. Other members of the committee? Steve, go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I'll just echo, my colleagues' comments there. I mean, obviously, we are tasked with looking at it from a zoning perspective. And I noticed that the condition that you referenced, Mr. Dugan, in Appendix A, that there'll be site plan approval, and that you'll have to obviously satisfy the town that it is an appropriate building in terms of massing and building materials. From that perspective, I'm comfortable with the variances being asked of us today from a strictly from a zoning perspective. But I do share my colleagues' observations that from a design perspective, which is not obviously our focus, I question whether it is in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, the existing design. But I will leave that to the site review process.
Thank you, Steve. Other comments or questions? Daniel, please go right ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. My main concern of the two variances being requested, and sorry, I'm looking, I have 3 different versions of your graph, your images showing, but it's regarding the 3.5 versus the 6 meter side yard setback. I'm just a little bit concerned. You brought up the fact that the interior side yard, sorry, that's the one I'm referring to. The interior side yard is in line with the neighbor. However, going to the neighbor, that was a very tight line as it was between the home and the property line. And putting the new home that close to the line on the other side, the 1.5 versus the bylaw, it just feels a little tight to me. And I'll echo one of our previous colleagues when it comes to the bylaws are there for a reason, and it's always best to try to mirror the bylaws as written, because there is a reason why they are written. And how difficult is it to meet the bylaw? Yes, I understand that we want a specific size of house, and you want and you do want your Kennedy Street to be as wide as possible. My main concern that I would like you to just discuss a little bit further is between the proposed home and the neighbor. One is tight, you're going to be tight. And in that neighborhood, homes that close together is a little bit rare. I'm hoping that my going back and forth is not making my question unclear. If it is, I'll just pause and not look at the screen and ask properly. But hopefully my question has come across properly.
Right. To you, Mr. Chairman, I don't know what the setback of the neighbor's house is from the lot line. It's shown on the survey, but I haven't got that in front of me at the moment. The
1.3
bylaw requires a 1.5 meter setback from that north lot line, that the interior side yard, and that is exactly what we'll be providing. So the setback between the two buildings should be somewhere close to 3 meters, which I think is pretty standard throughout Aurora. On the street side, the existing house is approximately 3.5 meters from the street line. And so that existing house is in effect a legal non-conforming condition. We can't take advantage of that because we're building new, but our proposal is to put the new house in exactly the same position. So the conditions along Kennedy Street will be relatively similar to what's there at the moment, except of course the width of the house would be very much reduced because right now the house appears to be connected to the garage, and the garage is separate from the house. So the width will be very much reduced by putting the garage basically underneath the house. If we were to comply with the zoning bylaw and provide that 3 meter setback on Kennedy Street, then the house would need to be skinnier and longer, and then it would project beyond the back corner of the neighbor's house, and then it would overshadow his property. So I don't think there's really anything to gain by that.
You're absolutely right there. I should have seen that, and the second you started to go down that path, it became crystal clear. So no, closing it where you are, or capping it where you are, makes a lot of sense in terms of supporting and being more appropriate to your neighbor. So no, thank you for bringing that up. That actually closes my concerns quite well. So thank you, Jack. That's a much appreciated comment, especially that last one. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? Just from my perspective, when I was there and had a look at the property, Jack, in old Aurora, and particularly in that part of our community, some of those existing features architecturally, whether they occurred, deliberately or out of convenience, they're there. And the first thing that I thought when I walked up to the front door there was, there is a natural stone sort of entry point to the existing house. And I said, if there was anything that was worth saving, that would have been it for me. And I'm trying to be fair because, there's a lot to be said for restoring some of these older properties. And in some cases, even the older ones are actually easier to restore than some of the ones that are even more recent. And that's the case. This particular property, the structures that come off the back of the house and the garages and what have you, I'm kind of not sad to see them go, quite frankly. I think you're lucky that you have as much room outside of the property, especially on the Kennedy Street side, because the right of way on Kennedy there is substantial. And if that wasn't as much as it is, in other words, in a normal subdivision, the land outside or inside of the curb to the property line isn't anywhere near as generous as this. And you're able to take some advantage of it. And I think that helps maintain the scale of what you're doing. I do have one question, and I'm going to be coming back to some of the comments that were made before by my colleagues regarding the trees. So I have your site plan here in front of me. And when I was on the property, on the Kennedy side, and I don't know what kind of tree they are, I wanted to say flowering crabapple, but now I may be wrong, but there are two of them. On the site plan that I'm seeing with the proposed two-story structure, the one furthest away from Wells is not there. And I'm thinking one of the, and I think I'm right that because of the location of the garage entry, one of those two trees has to go. And so it leaves one on the corner closer to the front of the home. And so one of those two big trees I think has to go. And it is not shown on this drawing. The other I looked at on the north side, between the existing neighbor to the north and your structure, there are a good number of trees there. And if you're staying within the footprint of the home, I'm hoping that those trees along that property line that separate the two are going to be maintained. In fact, I think of all of the ones that I see on the drawing that I saw, there's, I think, only one on your client's property. The others are on the property to the north. So I'm hoping that those trees remain. I'm hoping that the two on the front facing Wells remain. And there's some towards the rear of the property, and I think they'll all stay. But if that can be done, I think that's helping to keep the character of the street. And I think that's going to help you architecturally, reestablish that property in its context on the street. So I'm okay with this one. I don't have quite the same concerns architecturally, because I think there's enough going on there that with building materials, you might be able to tie in with the properties around you. So I'd leave that to site plan to manage that as well. But I don't have any problem with what you're doing. I'm glad that you are staying within the footprint, particularly with regards to the distance from Kennedy and the distance to the north from your property neighbor there. Also note that there were no objections to this. And so I have no problem supporting this application. So I'll look to the committee for a motion. Stephen, please go right ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, with respect to minor variance application MV-2022-11, Hong Lee, 130 Wells Street, I move that we approve this application subject to the conditions outlined in the staff report.
Thank you very much. Seconder? David, thank you. And I'll call the question. All in favor? And against? Okay, thank you, Linda. So that carries, and I want to thank you for your participation, Mr. Dugan, and I'll wish you a pleasant evening.
Thank you very much. Good night,
Thank
everybody.
you. All right. Moving on to page 2 of our agenda. Okay. So the next application we have for us this evening is 139 Temperance Street. The owner is Hilburn, and the application is pardon me, MV 2022-10. And there is a related planning application, and it's site plan application 2022-2. The owner applicant is requesting from the requirement of the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw 6000-17 as amended to facilitate a carport a third story and a two-story rear addition to the existing dwelling. The following relief is being requested. A, section 24.497.3.2 of the zoning bylaw requires a minimum interior side yard setback of 1.5 meters. The applicant is proposing a carport, which is 0.6 meters to the interior side property line. B, section 24.497.3.2 of the zoning bylaw requires a minimum interior side yard setback of 3 meters beyond the main rear wall of the adjacent dwelling. The applicant is proposing a carport which is 0.6 meters to the interior side property line. C, section 24.497.3.2 of the zoning bylaw requires a minimum interior side yard setback of 1.5 meters. The applicant is proposing a third story addition and a rear two-story addition, which is 1.1 meter to the interior side property line. And D, section 24.497.3.2 of the zoning bylaw requires a minimum interior side yard setback of 3 meters beyond the main rear wall of the adjacent dwelling. The applicant is proposing a third story addition and a rear two-story addition, which is 1.2 meters to the interior side property line. And the applicant's stated reason for not complying: the proposal is to add a two-story addition to the existing three-story house, add dormers within the existing roof, and to add a roof element for a carport at side entrance. Planning comments. With regards to the general intent of the official plan, staff consider the requested variance will facilitate a development that will continue to maintain the unique character of the historic grouping of Temperance Street. Staff are satisfied that the scale, location, and materials for the proposed carport, third-story dormers, and two-story rear addition will further strengthen a sense of identity for the stable neighborhood area, for which has a strong heritage character. As such, staff are of the opinion that the requested variances maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And with regards to the general intent of the zoning bylaw, again, staff support the proposed variances and cite that staff are of the opinion that there is adequate space for maintaining along the side yard for both properties. Staff are satisfied that the requested variance meets the general intent of the zoning bylaw for the dormers, and that the staff are of the opinion that the requested variance will not compromise the intended functions of the required interior side yard setback provisions, and therefore meets the general intent of the zoning bylaw. With regards to it being appropriate development of the land, as the proposed carport is set back approximately 19.4 meters from the front property line, staff do not anticipate that the requested variances A and B will generate any adverse impacts to the streetscape, and that the proposed two-story rear addition is located at a desirable location. And staff are satisfied that the proposal is consistent and compatible with styles that exist within the Temperance Street neighborhood. As such, staff consider the variances desirable and appropriate development of the property. Are the variances considered minor in nature? The proposed carport and addition to the existing dwelling is considered moderate in scale and is not anticipated to generate any adverse impacts to the abutting property or streetscape. As such, staff are of the opinion that the requested variances are minor in nature. Additional comments from departments and agencies. Building Division preliminary review was completed on March 18th, 2022. Engineering Division, no concerns to the variance application. Please note that the applicant shall provide a site grading and drainage plan prepared by a professional engineer or qualified engineering professional, demonstrating that the drainage pattern at site has been maintained and that the structure and any associated grading work completed at the site shall not cause any adverse impacts on drainage of adjacent properties. Operational services. There are trees situated on the subject property that may require removal and may be impacted by excavation or disturbance due to demolition or construction. In view of the above, staff recommend that the committee impose the following conditions of this application and refer to conditions of approval number 3, which are attached. Central York Fire Service and York Region and LSRCA have no comments on the application. And LSRCA is indicating that it is outside of the area governed by OREG 179-06 under the Conservation Act. Electra, no objections to the approval. And I do not see any comments, written submissions at the time of the writing of the report. There are conditions of approval. There are a total of 3 with a number of bullets associated. And with that, I will welcome, I believe it's Elroy Van Grol and Jane Hilburn to the meeting. Good evening and welcome. So for the record, I'll ask you to identify yourselves and give us your address, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, committee members, and staff. My name is Elroy Van Grol. I'm the architect for this project. My firm is Van Grol and Associates Incorporated. Our address is at 295 Robinson Street, Suite 300 in Oakville, and our postal code is Larry 6 John 1 George 7. Would you like my client to give you their particulars before we do?
Sure, if they don't mind, please go right ahead. And welcome.
Hi, I'm Jane Hilborn. We purchased 139 Temperance Street, Aurora, L4G 2R5. We closed end of August, and we are temporarily renting a home in Aurora while we are hopefully getting our approvals and our project started.
Okay. Welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so, Mr. Van Grol, is there a presentation or comments that you wish to make on behalf of your client and the application?
Mr. Chairman, I'm mindful that it's already nearly 10 o'clock and you have a number of other files to listen to. I don't want to make a formal presentation only because there doesn't appear to be opposition. I just wanted to make a few comments that are not perhaps completely clear with respect to the information that's before you. And those comments are that this project is in a stable neighborhood. You are all fully aware of that. There is a site plan approval process, which we are in the midst of doing with staff. So there are controls with respect to all of that. And what I wanted to just say is that in the process of getting to the Committee of Adjustment, we started this with a proposal that had 13 variances required, and through a really good collaborative process with Brishante, the planner, and Melissa, the planning review person, we managed to get that down to the 4 variances which are before you. So what I want to say about that is that your planning staff are terrific, and we've had a really good process just working with them and getting better understanding of what the bylaws are that are part of this stable neighborhood bylaw requirements. And I think we've come a long way, and I think you have a very good, I would say an excellent proposal before you to consider with respect to the variances. Then the second thing I want to also point out is that there's a request for an arborist report. We already have an arborist report prepared, and I want to point out that that was prepared because there is already a building permit that has been issued for this project to allow for an underpinning exercise. And to get the building permit, we had to provide an arborist report. So I know it's a condition, and it's a condition that we're happy to bring to the table. And beyond that, one of the reasons that my client purchased the property is because there are beautiful trees, and the biggest, one of the largest features are the beautiful trees in the neighborhood. So that we were mindful in the process of the development of the addition that the black walnut tree, which is a beautiful tree in the backyard, that we be mindful of that and keep the addition back so that it is outside of the drip line for that tree, so that the tree does survive all of this. And I should also note that the first thing my client did after taking possession of the property was to put up the tree protection zone. So I think, having listened to the committee for the last few presentations, everybody is mindful that the trees are beautiful and they need to be taken care of. And I can, speaking for my client, I can say that that was his number one priority to me in terms of starting the design of all of this. So we have read the conditions that are being proposed. We have no issue with the conditions. They're not particularly onerous, especially given we're in the site plan approval process anyway. So the development engineering related information we'd have to provide, or some semblance of that we'd have to provide anyway. And we already have the arborist report. So that's not a concern either. I perhaps want to conclude, so we don't go on too long, that your planning staff are terrific. I just wanted to say that because I do committee of adjustments in many different municipalities. And this is the first one for me in Aurora. And I have to say, Brashante and the folks who work with her have been just wonderful to work with, and really make what would be potentially a challenging process much less so. So just to conclude, because this is what we're here for, we believe that the variances that we put in front of you are minor. They meet the intent of the official plan. They meet the intent of your zoning bylaw. They are desirable, and I believe we can all conclude that they are quite minor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you or any of the members have questions, I'm happy to answer them. So please ask away.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Grol. All right. Again, I note that there are no delegations from the public who wish to address the committee. So I will turn to members of the committee for any questions or comments on the application. And while everyone else is thinking, let me just throw out a couple of observations. Number one, this area of Aurora, and I alluded to it in the last application.
I heard you.
This particular property is even older.
Yes.
And sometimes restoring some of the older properties is, I won't say it's less costly, but it's sometimes easier because the bones of the building are so good. You know, when a 2x10 or a 2x4 is an actual 2x4 or an actual 2x10, you don't see that today. You know, diagonal plank floors, you don't see that everywhere. And the reason I say that is because when I was there today, the first thing that caught my eye was the trees were all protected, and they've been protected rather well. The second thing I noticed was just one great big pile of crushed stone, which had me thinking, whoa, where are we here? And, you know, has the work already started? And then a very nice gentleman came to the door and said, hello, how are you? And can I help you? Because I actually parked in the driveway. And I indicated who I was. And he said, well, we do have a permit. And I thanked him for letting me know that there was a permit in order to do the underpinning, in order to address some of the structural issues of the existing home, some of the plumbing issues and some of the HVAC, preliminary to what we're dealing with here tonight, which is the addition and the dormers and the rest of the project. So in looking at it, where the addition extends across the back of the existing building, the neighbor to the north has a garage there. So I was happy to see that we're not extending this home into a neighboring habitable area.
No.
We're maintaining the existing building line, if you will, as you are on the opposite side of the property. Looking at the back of the property, there are there's essentially one 2-story porch affair, which when I looked at it, I didn't think was structurally there. The integrity was gone.
It's going to be.
Yeah. So to do what you've done and to, or to suggest what you're proposing here seemed to me to make sense. The reason why I would support this is for a number of reasons. Looking at that neighborhood, a number of people have put additions across the back of those homes, which were typical in size of the period when they were built. Additions have been put on. In fact, some of the homes across the street have been demolished, and new homes that are, quite frankly, in keeping with the architectural integrity of the community have been pretty well done. I'll say that. And I think what you're proposing here, without getting into too much of the detail of the design, would have no impact, I don't believe, any negative impact on the street per se. So for those reasons, I'm in a position to support this particular application. I think there's a lot of work going on in the existing home, and now would be the time to do an addition across the back if that's what your needs are and how that responds to what your requirements are. So I hope I've given my position on it clearly, and given my colleagues a chance to think if they have any comments or questions. So I'll turn it over to them. Okay. Steve, let's start with Steve. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, just a very quick comment, and your comments towards staff. You know what? I'd like to echo that. I mean, we are fortunate to deal with the staff that we deal with, and this particular report, I think the reasons that staff is supporting the report are extremely well articulated, and to be quite honest, I'm in agreement with them. So I think very well done. You know, if the applicants are new to Aurora, I welcome them to Aurora, and I too would be willing to support this application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Anyone else? Or, well, I did see Linda. Linda, are you okay?
Well, no, yeah, through the chair. Yes, I am. No, I visited the site today. I saw the underpinning too, and I was thinking it was going to look beautiful. I was a little concerned about the rear addition. Even though the putting in a crawl space, you're still going to need a foundation that's going to go quite deep. And that tree, what's not to fall in love with? It's massive, right? And it's beautiful, and it's going to get in your way for the second story, for the back addition, because it's going to probably hang really close to it. It's hard to tell now, but you know, they're going to probably do a little trim. That's all. I was concerned about that. I see you've got that under control. That was my main thing. Your addition, the inside's completely gutted. I saw your permits on the front of the door when I walked in too. I think it'll be a lovely place. Just keep the tree. We're good to go.
We're doing our best, believe me.
I know. Hopefully, yeah. That's pretty important.
Yes,
absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else on the committee? All right, I'll look for a motion on the application before us. David, please go right ahead. Your mic is muted, David. There we
Sorry
go.
about that. Through the chair, I move that the minor variance MV-2022-10 be approved with the conditions as indicated in the staff's report. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Seconder? Linda, thank you very much. Calling the question, all in favor? Seeing none against, that carries. So thank you very much. And I'll wish all three of you a very pleasant weekend, and thank you for hanging in as long as you did in order to get into this point in the process for you. So enjoy your weekend.
Thank you so much,
Chairman. Thank you, committee members. Have a great Easter.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Moving forward. The next application is MV 2021-18. And this application is for 74 Center Street. It is minor, and I've given you the minor variance, 2021-18. Now, this application has come before the committee previously on July the 8th, 2021. And the application was initially submitted and heard by the committee, and there were some suggestions that had been made when it was deferred. I'm not going to go into the details of the application because if the committee turns to page 6 of the staff report, at the very bottom of the paragraph before additional comments are made, it's indicating that the applicant is currently working on updating the proposed plans to address the changes that have been made to the application and staff are therefore recommending deferral of the application Sendai. So let me just ask the applicant if the applicant is in agreement with the staff recommendation to defer.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. My name is David Iqbal. I'm the architect for the project, and my address is 14961 Yonge Street, Unit B, Aurora. With regards to your question, we had to make some changes to the site plan to accommodate a request by arborists to provide enough space for a tree. And we did the changes and we sent the drawings to arborist to update his report. Although his report is ready now, but at the time that this committee preparation was being made, it wasn't ready at that time. So
Right.
yes, we do agree.
Correct. Okay, so thank you very much for providing your client's position on this. And I noticed that in the additional comments, given that planning staff are requesting revised plans and updated arborist report and preliminary zoning review would be required, those plans will have to be recirculated and reviewed again prior to any staff recommendation coming forward. So with that, I'll look to the committee then for a motion to defer. Steve, please go right ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I move that with respect to minor variance application 2021-1874 Center Street, that we defer this application to a future committee of adjustment date as or to be determined in conjunction with staff.
Thank you very much. I'll look to the committee for a seconder. Seeing Daniel's hand, thank you very much. I'll call the question. All of those in favor of the motion? That carries. Thank you very much for being with us, and apologize for the long delay and wait this evening. You can imagine we've got a very long agenda, so we'll look forward to this coming back to the committee in the future.
Much appreciated. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, moving on to the next item on our agenda. This is minor variance application MV 2022-04, 89 Richardson Drive. Owner is Ning, I believe. And again, the owner applicant is requesting relief from the requirements of the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw 6000-17 as amended to facilitate the construction of a ground floor rear addition to the existing dwelling. The following relief is being requested. A, section 24.497.3.2 of the zoning bylaw requires a minimum interior side yard of 3 meters beyond the main rear wall of the adjacent dwelling. The applicant is proposing a 1-story addition, which is 1.9 meters to the interior side property line. And just as a bit of background, the owner applied for a building permit in December of 2021 for the addition that was in compliance with the zoning bylaw. The building permit was issued. The building permit issued was for an addition including an open door porch area within the east side yard. The variance was applied and heard by the Committee of Adjustment on February the 10th, 2022 for the 1-story addition, enclosing the previously open porch area. The owner has submitted a corrected drawing to show the extent of the addition in Appendix B. The major difference on these plans is that the addition does not extend beyond the main rear wall of the adjacent dwelling, 87 Richardson, by approximately 3 meters. And this was not shown on the previous plan submitted as reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment on February the 10th. So planning comments with regards to the official plan, the site plan application is not required for the proposed 46.48 square meter addition. Staff are of the opinion that the rear ground floor addition is compatible with the area and is in keeping and sympathetic with the residential character of the neighborhood. With regards to the zoning bylaw, the existing side yard setback for the existing dwelling is 1.98 meters. And staff note that there are no windows proposed on the portion that extends beyond the main rear wall of the abutting property. Staff are of the opinion that the addition provides for privacy for both properties, which meets the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. And relative to the desirability for the appropriate development of the land, staff are of the opinion that the variance for reduced side yard setback beyond the main wall of the abutting property, the proposed rear addition, including a master bedroom, washroom, and seating area, will have minimal impacts to the existing neighborhood and abutting property to the east. Staff are of the opinion that the proposed variance is desirable and appropriate for the development of the property. And with regards to it being considered minor in nature, the proposed ground floor addition is considered moderate in scale. Staff are of the opinion that the requested variance is minor in nature. Building division preliminary zoning review was completed. Engineering division have reviewed the application and have no concern with it. Please note that the applicant shall provide a grading and drainage plan prepared by a professional engineer or qualified engineering professional demonstrating that the drainage pattern at the site has been maintained and that the structure and any associated grading work completed at the site shall not cause any adverse impacts on the drainage of adjacent properties. Operational services. There are trees situated on the property that may require removal and may be impacted by excavation or disturbance due to demolition and construction. So in view of that, the owner may be required to provide an evaluation report prepared by a certified arborist or professional registered forester outlining all aspects of the impacts that this proposal will have on existing and current remaining vegetation. In addition, the report shall include a schedule of monitoring, the ongoing site work through a series of scheduled site visits by the arborist. The owner may be required to provide vegetation compensation and replanting plan in accordance with the Town of Aurora tree removal, pruning, and compensation policy. And the owner will be required to comply with the Aurora tree permit bylaw number 5850-16 prior to removal of any trees. The owner shall provide financial securities based on the total value of the tree compensation evaluation and all arboricultural works as defined by the town and owner's arborist forester. And undertaking a letter of include a letter of undertaking with the Town of Aurora. Operational services, no comments. Central York Fire, no comments. York Region, no comments. LSRCA, no comments, as the application is located outside the area governed by OREG 179-06 under the Conservation Authorities Act. Electric utilities have their standard comments. I'll just remind the committee that 4 written submissions were received for the February 10th, 2022 Committee of Adjustment meeting. I do believe that there is a new letter that was received or sent through email April the 6th and outlining 5 different concerns or points that were raised by the neighbor at 87 Richardson Drive. So I'll ask then, is the applicant here? I believe the mic is muted, so.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome. Can we have your name, please?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Chair, my name is Lina Rodriguez. I'm the agent and applicant for the owner. My address is 504 Perth Avenue, Toronto.
Thank you. Welcome. Do you wish to make a presentation to the committee, or do you want to make any comments?
I just want to reiterate a planning report that was really so in favor of us, and I'd like to thank also the planning staff and Brashanti who did a great job processing this, and we'll get back to the hearing today. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to get back to the agenda. And before, the variance did not change. There was no change in the variance that we had requested as originally. The 1.98 meters side yard setback that was created when the original porch design was enclosed. And this is to add to gain more living space to the master's bedroom. It's an additional 6.22 meters. This wall, this new wall that is for the new addition is in line with the existing dwelling wall that is also set back at 1.98 meters. So the side yard setback stays the same as the existing setback now. And there will be no openings or windows on this extended wall, the new addition. And that is to provide privacy for the immediate neighbor at 87 Richardson and also for the owners. We believe the one-story addition, which is only 46.48 square meters, is a moderate scale residential development. And then the addition is also located at the rear yard that is not visible from the front yard. And so therefore, we maintain the facade and the residential character of the neighborhood. So there is no negative impact on the streetscape. So we also believe the variances are minor. The variance is minor and is keeping with the general intent and purpose of the official plan and zoning bylaw. We believe it's a desirable and appropriate development for the land and the building. And we are hoping for your kind approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. I much appreciate your comments. I believe there are no delegations appearing before us. I'll just ask the applicant, did you receive a copy of the April 6th email from your neighbor? And is there any comments that you want to make on their concerns?
I believe that's the immediate neighbor at number 87 Richardson.
Correct.
So through you, Mr. Chair, we sympathize with the concerns of the neighbors, maybe because of the misunderstanding that she thinks that is this too big, large and development, and that she probably thought that construction of the addition, which had started already, had no building permit, but that additional also had a building permit with an approved porch area on that side yard setback. But during the construction, the owner decided to enclose the part of the porch to gain more living space to the master's bedroom. And it was during that winter months, and they wanted to just enclose the whole house to protect it from the cold weather. I know they shouldn't have done before we get the approval from the committee, but I think that was their decision to go ahead and construct that wall, enclose that porch, and that triggers the neighbor's concern that it was too close. Again, she's concerned about the privacy, which we addressed by removing the proposed, the design. The original design has a window there. The owner decided not to put any window at all. And there will be a fence also, so privacy would be addressed with no windows, and the existing fence could be raised up if they want more privacy into their backyard.
Okay. I am going to turn this over to my colleagues before I make any general statements with regards to this application. So are there any comments or questions to the applicant on this application from members of the committee? Okay, well then what I'm going to do, oh, sorry. David, please go right ahead.
Through the chair, just to ask the applicant, have you yourself been in any contact with your neighbor?
I believe the contractors had tried to talk to them also. And
so have you talked to have you been in communication with the neighbor?
me personally, no. But the owners and the contractors who were there, yes, they did. They had some contact with them.
Okay. Did you have the chance to read the email or letter from the complainant, the neighbor?
Yes.
Because there are serious allegations. They are talking about being bullied by the general contractor, and so on and so forth. So basically, I was expecting probably you to address the concerns directly, like first-hand information, or maybe getting answers from the owner, the person you are representing. But from the way you are describing, you have been very general. You have not been very specific. I was expecting you to actually address each concern one by one clearly, so we understand what's happening. That's just my concern in terms of communication. Then coming to your submission, can you just confirm, based on what I'm seeing on this drawing A1, it shows as if I'm looking at the, let me see, where is the north here? North. I'll assume the north, the way it is, it's north-south, the way it is, like Richardson Drive is on the east side, and Henderson is on the west side. I see that addition there to be sort of in line with the existing dwelling there. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, the addition is in line with the existing wall of the existing dwelling.
Okay. So also just to confirm, and I just want to confirm yourself. So is the so we're talking about the interior side yard. So is that the side what we're looking at here? I just want to confirm from you, the side where we see the sort of a crowding, no changes on existing ground, on existing grading. Is that the side?
Yeah, the whole grading, there is no change in the grading of the whole lot.
Okay, so we're talking about the interior side yard. The issues in the interior side yard. So I'm trying to get confirmation from you. Is that the side where you've done the crowding? Where it says no changes on existing grading?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you. That's what I
Thank
want
you
to
very
confirm
much.
from you.
Thank you, David. Stephen, go right ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Question to the agent. I believe you were present at the February 10th meeting.
Yes, that's right.
Right, and you heard our comments prior to the deferral?
Yes, that's right.
I'm just wondering if you could recap those comments that the committee made.
Is to resubmit drawings because of some drawing deficiencies that was originally submitted.
And I believe there were some comments about the state of development of the property, were there not? That there were some strong comments regarding disrespecting the process and going ahead with construction of a property prior to obtaining the variance, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Right. And when I visited the property on February 10th, I noted that the property was in a state of construction where the rear windows were boarded up. And I see that the property seems to have progressed. The neighbor specific complaints that I think David was mentioning was that there has been a steady state of construction since the minor variance, since the committee chair recommended that a stop order be issued. The town, if I'm not mistaken, has issued an order to comply. And beyond, despite this, as you say, your client has made a decision to continue constructing a property that is not consistent with the zoning for the property. And if I understand what you're saying here, she believes that it is appropriate. The neighbor most directly impacted is saying that it's not appropriate. She was bullied into trying to sign to show that it was appropriate. And if I understand your comments here today, if we were to approve it and she still doesn't like it, she could build a higher fence. Have I summarized this properly?
Sorry. I mean, the owner, my client, could provide more privacy by them building their own, my client's fence, not the owners, not the neighbors. I mean.
So if the neighbor doesn't like having a big wall beside her because she finds that it's not an appropriate development, she should then be happy with a higher fence to have privacy, right? I guess, after hearing the comments of the committee, I'm curious, what did you advise your client following that February 10th meeting? Did you communicate that the committee was not happy with the state of construction?
Yes, I told them that if they should have stopped the construction of that wall, they could just go ahead with the construction of what the permit drawings that they have originally, and not enclose that wall yet, right? Because that wall is the one that created a variance. Mm-hmm. But apparently they already had constructed it.
Yeah.
Prior to the application to the Committee of Adjustment.
Right, and they've now added the windows to that wall, and they've now, by the accounts of the neighbor, insulated and, installed drywall. So, so they've gone ahead, and as you say, they've made a decision. So now, if we were, just so that we're all clear, if we don't approve this application tonight, what would be required of your client? Facing an order to comply.
They have an order to comply.
Right.
They have a building permit for the original design.
Correct.
Yeah.
So if we do not approve the variance today, what will be required of your client?
They can just follow the building permit that was granted to them.
Exactly.
Which has already been approved, but we're trying to seek this approval for this variance, one variance of this interior side yard setback, so that they could also have what they had already built, which your approval.
I understand that she went ahead and built, against the recommendations of the committee, against the normal process, and not compliant with the zoning regulations. And here we're asking this committee, so twice they built something not compliant with the zoning. And the second time they continued after the committee had noted that she had gone ahead the first time and built something without appropriate permission. So if we were to now deny this variance tonight, she would have to tear down what she has built.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me just interject just for 1 second, if I may, Steve. I know where you're going. I think the committee understands what has transpired. I don't know that we necessarily, at this point, can, we have to judge this, unfortunately, on the merits, right?
I was going there. I was going
yeah, of the application, as opposed to, does it leave a sour taste in our mouth? Does it leave a sour taste in staff's mouth? Probably.
Yeah.
But again, we do have to come back to the application itself.
Yeah.
And there are other recourses here, and I'll just outline them. The first recourse is we approve it. The second recourse is, once we've approved it, there is an appeal period, and the neighbor may choose to appeal it. The other option is if we don't approve it, the applicant can appeal. We do have a staff report that is supporting the application, so we have to be mindful of that. I think if I look at the staff report, there is one error in it, and the error is, I'll just, for the benefit of everyone here, on page 2 in the proposal, in the third paragraph, it's very clearly written that a stop work order was issued. As a result, a stop work order was not issued. It was our recommendation that a stop work order be issued. In reviewing this with staff, and under the requirements of the National Building Code, you issue an order to comply. You have to give the owner an opportunity to comply. That compliance is set out in the order, which gives the applicant an opportunity to pursue their application. And it establishes a deadline, I believe it was April the 18th, to bring the structure into compliance if we are not in a position to approve it. So we base our decision on the planning merits, and then there are opportunities for the applicant to appeal our decision if we refuse or deny, I'm sorry. And then there are opportunities for the residents who aren't happy about the decision we make to appeal. So I think, you know, that's where we're at. I kind of thought maybe you were going to get there, but I just want to.
I'll get there very quickly. It's been a long night. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to summarize my comments, I think your client has greatly disrespected the process, and it sounds like they're neighbors. With that said, as Mr. Chair has said, we have to evaluate this on the planning merits, and I will do so. I think the staff, first of all, I'd like to address one of the key concerns raised by the resident, the neighbor, and that was with respect to drainage. And I think that we have a condition recommended by staff that a grading summary, study be performed. So I think that addresses the neighbor's concern. So regardless of how we got here, I think we have to evaluate this based on the planning merits. I think staff has done a good job doing that. And reluctantly, I feel that I must act appropriately here, and I will support this application. However, I think that if this application gets approved, I think your client is very lucky because they have done everything possible to get on the wrong side of this committee. So I'll leave my comments at that.
Thank you, Steve. Anyone else on the committee? No? Okay. So I am going to echo very strongly the comments that have been made by Steve. I was there a number of times, including today. And knowing that work has continued, that the only thing left in the addition to be done are a little bit of trim, a little bit of doors that need to be hung, and a little bit of stucco on the exterior. So your client has definitely gone right ahead and just disregarded this process, has shown a lot of disrespect to the town of Aurora and a lot of disrespect to this committee. And as a planner, I agree that I would be less than professional if I didn't base my vote on anything other than the planning merits. So with that, I'll look to the committee then for a motion on the application. I'll let Steve go right ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to minor variance application 2022-04, 89 Richardson Drive, I recommend that we approve the application as submitted, subject to the conditions outlined in the staff report.
Ask the committee if there is a seconder for the motion. Linda, seconded. Okay, thank you. And I will call the question. All of those in favor? Against? Noted. Daniel is voting against. So on that basis, Ms. Rodriguez, your client has been approved for the addition as revised and submitted with a very strong message from this committee that we are very disappointed and unhappy with the actions that they have taken in this application. And I will thank you for your time and thank you for being here, and sorry for the long wait, and wish you a good long weekend.
Thank you so much also for the understanding, and thank you very all. Have a good night.
Thank you. All right. The last item application-wise that we are dealing with this evening is application for 222 Ridge Road. The applicant is Moody. Thank you for. And the file is MV 2021-29. The owner applicant is requesting relief from the requirements of the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw 6000-17 as amended to facilitate the construction of a new single detached dwelling. The following relief is being requested. A, section 14.1 states that no person shall use the land, including expanding, enlarging, or otherwise altering an existing use, building, or structure for any reason other than a use legally existing as of November the 15th, 2021, without amendment to or relief from the zoning bylaw. The applicant is proposing to construct a two-story detached dwelling. B, section 14.4I states that the net developable area of the site that is disturbed shall not exceed 25% of the total site area within a category 1 landform conservation area. And the applicant is proposing a disturbed area of 29.4%. C, section 14.1.b of the zoning bylaw requires a minimum west interior side yard setback of 9 meters. The applicant is proposing a two-story detached dwelling with a 2 meter to the west interior side property line. D, section 14.1.b of the zoning bylaw requires a minimum east interior side yard setback of 4.5 meters. The applicant is proposing a two-story detached dwelling, which is 2.5 meters to the east interior side property line. Now, this application was deferred from the February 10th, 2022 Committee of Adjustment meeting. The members of the committee members, and it should read, and members of the public provided feedback to the applicant to reduce the impact to the abutting property to 12 Ridge and to provide further improvements to the variance requested. The applicant has moved the dwelling further back from Ridge Road. Further details, pardon me, on the new proposal are outlined within the report.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but just hold on.
Okay, sorry.
We're almost there. We know you've been waiting. Just hold on. Thank you. Again, to refresh the members of the committee, the applicant's reason for non-complying with the zoning bylaw, if you recall, it was understood that the original lot width was 27.6 meters. However, 10 meters was severed to transfer to another, partly to create an emergency access route to the development immediately north of this property, referred to and related drawing dated May of 2014 from Cole Engineering. So we had some discussion on that. Now, just to review the proposed application and the general intent and purpose of the official plan, planning staff, again, haven't changed their position on that, that the planning staff are of the opinion that the subject variance is considered to maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And whether it, the proposed variance meeting the requirements or the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. And there is an existing one-story detached residential unit on the property, which according to the town records predated the implementation of the ORMCP policies. Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority has reviewed the requested variances and have no concern regarding the variances provided their application fee be paid, of course. The woodland feature is located on the south side of Ridge Road. The minimum vegetation protection zone is to ensure that there are no impacts on the woodlot feature that is across the street. And the current zone, the current proposal has the dwelling further back from the minimum protection zone buffer. In addition, the applicant has increased the east side side yard setback and moved the house further back on the property. The current proposal allows for a greater east side yard setback for the neighboring property at 212 Ridge Road, and allows the new proposed dwelling at 222 Ridge to be further away from the neighbor's property septic system, and that was a concern that was raised. The 2-meter west side setback being requested is adjacent to the emergency access road. So staff are of the opinion that the side yard setbacks being requested are consistent with the neighborhood area and do not anticipate any adverse impacts to the area. Engineering staff have indicated no concerns with the side setbacks proposed. Overall, staff are of the opinion that the variance requested maintain the general intent of the zoning bylaw. With regards to there being appropriate and desirable for the development of the land, staff are of the opinion that the variances are considered desirable for the appropriate development of the land. And in regards to the variances being minor in nature, that given that a portion of the lands were severed to create an emergency access road, the area and frontage of the property decreased, providing for a narrower property. The side yard setback, as required by the zoning bylaw, is not feasible. So planning staff are satisfied that the variance being requested are minor in nature. With regards to other departments and agencies, the building division completed their preliminary zoning review in March 15th of 2022. Engineering division, no concerns with the proposed application. Operational services, that the owner be required to provide an evaluation report prepared by a certified arborist or professional registered forester outlining all aspects of the impacts of that this proposal will have on existing and current and remaining vegetation. In addition, that the report shall include a schedule of monitoring the ongoing site work through a series of scheduled visits to the site by the arborist/forester during and post-construction in order to ensure that the vegetation preservation measures remain in compliance throughout the project. That the owner provide a vegetation compensation, a replanting plan in accordance with the Town of Aurora tree removal and pruning and compensation policy, and that the owner shall agree to comply with the Aurora tree permit bylaw number 5850-16 prior to the removal of any trees, and provide financial securities based on the total value of the tree compensation evaluation and arboricultural works as defined by the town. All of that to be included in a letter of undertaking. Operational services, no comments. Central York Fire Service, no comments. York Region, no concerns with the proposed application. LSRCA, commenting that the owner pay all of the development fees to the LSRCA in accordance with the approved fee schedule. Electric utilities, their usual comments on new construction. Now, with regards to public correspondence, written submission was received for the February 10th, 2022 Committee of Adjustment meeting, requesting that the development be moved further back and increase the east side yard setback. There are conditions as appears in Appendix A. So with that, I will ask the owner or agent if they wish to make a presentation this evening, and I'll welcome them. and ask them to identify themselves, please.
Yes, hello, and thank you very much, everyone, for your time tonight. Late as it is, I appreciate everybody staying waiting for us. And I also want to thank quickly Brashante as well, who did an awesome job. She's been doing well with she's been getting comments from everybody. So that's great. So she's going to get some kind of promotion or something out of this. She deserves it. So she got ours in time as well. It really helped expedite because we are eager to hopefully get some to build. So really appreciate her getting it in while it's still fresh. So yes, my name is Julius Horvath, and I work for Julius Horvath Architect Incorporated in Aurora. My address is 25 Bonnie Meadows Drive in Aurora, and the postal code is L4G6M9. If I'll do a quick presentation, but Tommy did such a great job presenting, much better than I would have anyway. So I appreciate it. I don't know what too much more I can say other than we since the last presentation, we definitely did the very best we could, and we feel that we've sort of hopefully met the wishes of everyone, including the neighbor who had some concerns with the setbacks, and I could definitely appreciate that. So we, as you mentioned, we increased the east setback to 4 meters for the house, and in the garage I think it was 2.5. We moved the house back so it doesn't stick in front. It pretty much aligns with the neighbor's house, and I think the neighbor would align with their house, and so it's more or less consistent with what's there. The trees are also will not be harmed, as I'm sure that you received and had a chance hopefully to look at the arborist report. And we also had a septic system design drawing created to verify that the septic system itself is going to be half of what I guessed. So I'm not a very good septic designer. So there you go. Which resulted in less coverage, less impact, as you had mentioned, in terms of the percentage that's gone down a fair bit. So we think it's all within reason. Really, basically, the front setbacks, rear setbacks were never an issue. But again, we moved it back, the house back for the trees, for the neighbor. And we're also saving a lot of trees too, as you could see. There are some, of course, that have to go towards the back of the house, but the majority of them, we believe, are going to be retained, and we're planting a whole bunch down the east side there as well, for the benefit of not just us, but of course the neighbor. I do understand there was one documented letter with regards to the, if I could quickly speak to that, regards to the well. So the septic system being way back where it is should not pose any issue, and I do have confirmation, documented confirmation, although I don't think it was sent off, or maybe an email to Brashante, of the Gunnell Engineering confirming that the construction of the house will pose no issues whatsoever to the existing well on the adjacent lot. So that's available if need be. I had some, I guess, some photos. I don't know, Brashante, if you have them, if it's available to put them up or not. If not, that's okay. Going once. No, maybe she's.
Sorry,
not
one
there.
second.
Okay.
One second.
Oh, sure. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry about that. Okay.
Thank you, Brashante.
Great, awesome. Thanks a lot. Yeah, so we just took two quick photos there. The trees are not in full foliage, obviously. They're but a lot of those trees will be saved, as you could tell by the arborist report. Just want to, I know there was some concern, I think the neighbor, and understandably so, of, he may have some concerns with regards to some shadowing on his property. But I mean, I think that given, the house, even the front won't be an issue. I don't think the backyard would really be that much of an issue either, given the fact that there are already a lot of tall trees within the area that once in foliage will sort of probably cast shadows already onto the yard. So I don't, I think I just want to illustrate that. So if not that that's necessarily what's being considered tonight. Tonight is the setbacks and the site coverage. But I just want to sort of that this come up just to have these two photos so you have a sense. Although I am sure everybody obviously walked the site, but just to bring to your attention that there is a lot of trees that will be that are there, and we'll plant some as well, which will have a nice visual for both neighbors. But I think that these trees already probably result in some shadow, some shade into the yard. So I don't think our house would really contribute much more to it. Yeah, I mean, other than that, really, yeah, you summed it up very nicely, Tom. I appreciate that. So and again, in the interest of time, I'll kind of leave it open to anybody. I don't know if my client wants to say anything or not. But I'll just leave it open to any sort of questions, concerns. I'm sure there are a few people that might want to speak tonight to that. So
I'll just ask Mr. Moody if there was anything you wanted to add to Mr. Horvath's comments at this point.
Good evening, the chair and the committee and the Aurora Town Planning team. I'd like to say I live in the area.
Cut to the bottom line, I can live with it.
Mr. Constantine, I'm going to be coming right to you in about a minute.
Second. Yeah, so I was saying to the chair, the committee, as well as the town of Aurora, the planning department, I'd like to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to build a home, hopefully. We are resident in the area for the last 10 years in Aurora. I'm trying to build a home for my mother, my son, and my wife, who's going to be residing in that property at 222 Ridge Road in Aurora. My son goes down to school down the road, which is the Cardinal Carter. So we want to just be local. We've been contributing to the area for the last 10 years. So we hope we get granted tonight for this building a home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. Mr. Constantine, the floor is yours, sir. Welcome. Just give us your address for the record, if you don't mind. And turn your mic on. You just have to turn your mic on, Mr. Constantine. There you go.
I can live with it.
Excellent. And I appreciate your comments, Mr. Constantine. I know that you were very concerned initially, and I appreciate you hanging in till 11 o'clock this Thursday evening and letting us know, because that's important. It is important. We take your comments very seriously, and we appreciate that you've put some time and effort into this. So thank you. Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the committee on this application? Is Mr. Berman with us?
He's waving.
He's wishing to speak.
Is that better?
There we go.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Good evening.
So my name is Richard Berman, 222 Ridge Road, L4G0M3. We've all been here before, a couple months ago. So, I mean, I guess to start, I'm here to support my neighbor. But it sounds like my neighbor's not asking for support anymore. I just want to say though that I still want to speak to it though, just because I mean, I know my neighbor. I've seen him. I mean, he's been here for 50 years, and he can live with it, but it's going to cause him stress. And I don't know what that means. I mean, last time I spoke to him, he said if it was going ahead, he was going to move. So maybe he means he can live with it. He's going to look for a new place. I'm not sure. But anyway, I still want to just make my few points. And I do want to welcome my new neighbor as well. I mean, the house that's there right now is a shamble. It would be great to have a nice new home there that would look so much better. And looking at the plan, you know, it's great to see. I think one of the things I was worried about with the 3 big trees in the front, I think those are going to be saved the way I can read this. I'd like that to be confirmed. I can see the house being pushed back, which is, you know, part of the solution that was proposed by Mr. Constantine, which is great. But there's some other stuff that, to be honest, I guess just because once I get into something, I start looking at details, and I'm not sure if I got different information or what, but I mean, in the actual summary of what's being asked now, it's still asking for a 2 meter and a 2.5 meter setback. You know, when I look at points, proposals C and D, they haven't changed. As a matter of fact, they've got smaller. But then in little teeny weeny type on the table, it says 4 meters for a side setback. So I'm just confused on that point. So I'd like that clarified. And if the setback has gone from 2.7, I think in the previous proposal, to 4 meters, the house looks identical. So I just don't understand how the setbacks have changed if the house hasn't changed. Because I thought one of the solutions proposed was to make the house slightly smaller, but to my eye, the house looks the same. So somebody could just explain how it's become 4 meters. Because I'm assuming when Mr. Constantine says it's acceptable, he's expecting a 4 meter setback, which is what I heard you express. And then also on the thing, it says, on the table, it says there's less regrading, but on the diagram, it definitely shows regrading. It says a slope and a top and a bottom. So I'm not sure what kind of regrading is happening now. And I noticed that maximum height has been removed from the table. So I was wondering, is something changing with regards to the height of the house? And I'm just wondering why that's missing from the table. I think that's probably just clerical, but there's a few other little things. Like if the proposal is asking for an impervious area of 29%, I think it's supposed to be just a disturbed area of 29%. Anyway, there's just a few inconsistencies, so it makes it difficult to understand what I'm looking at. But the biggest, the most important one, I think, is the setback 4 meters or 2.5 meters? And if it's 4 meters, how is that being accomplished with the same size house? And yeah, I think that's it. And just to reiterate, you know, as I said before, right, this problem was of our own making, right? When they decided to take out that road, this was a foreseeable problem. But anyway, really, it's all about Mr. Constantine and giving him a quality of life to stay there. And my only interest personally is just I really wouldn't want to see this as a precedent to be applied to other properties. I think it's a very special property because of that road. But I don't know how the system works, but I would really not like to start to see those kind of setbacks applied in other areas on the street. Anyway, that's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Berman. I'm going to let the applicant speak to the points that you've raised. If we can get just a quick explanation on the points that came up, being the actual setbacks and how that affected the size of the home, and confirmation on the status of those trees would be appreciated as well. I'll just turn it over to the owner's agent.
Sure, yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to respond. So the house, yeah, visually it would appear to be roughly the same. It actually did get a bit smaller, and how that happened was the west setback, if you may recall, there was some debate back and forth in terms of how we can make various concessions, and I think we had like 2.7 or 2.5 meters, something like that. Apologies, it's not coming to me now, on the west side. And I believe the discussion was, hey, let's let the house nudge over so it's 2 meters. And so then we could allow for the deeper setback on the east, which was the critical setback for the neighbor. So it is, the house itself is a 4-meter setback, as shown on the site plan, and if that's approved, that's what it's going to be set in stone, basically. The 2.5 meters that was mentioned, and I did bring that up actually prior to this, just I think with Prashanthi for clarification, because I said, hey, the house is 4, but I guess the committee, or they regarded the garage, which is the only portion that's 2.5 meters to the property line, so they took that closest face. But the bulk of the house is 4 meters, as I think what we were bantering back and forth. Hey, 4.5, 3.5, and we decided let's consider 4, which is what we have. Yeah, the height of the house didn't change either. Apologies if that's missing somewhere, but yeah, that was the same as is within the height restrictions. I think lower than the height restrictions. So
can you speak to the tree issue?
Oh, well, the trees at the front are not being touched. They will remain as is. Yeah, the arborist report has, he's indicated that. We've got hoarding there, and there's specific instructions too. If you may not have it, but I know the committee has the arborist report, and it tells us exactly what to do to build up so we don't touch the root system, because root system obviously stretches a lot more than the tree, and everybody's aware of it, and we've made some requirements for outlined specific requirements in that arborist report. Yeah, so those front trees, they're staying where they are. Nature permits, so no lightning or anything like that. I know our neighbor, he just doesn't like that. He had a tree fall in his other house, so we're going to ensure they're safe.
Very good.
Yeah, hopefully that answers it. Yeah.
Does that answer your questions, Mr. Berman? Were you okay there?
Yeah, I think that clarified all my questions, and I was happy with the answers, and thank you.
Okay.
No worries.
Was there anybody else who wanted to address the committee on this? I don't believe so. I think we've covered that. So I'll turn to the members of the committee. Any questions or comments to the applicant? Daniel?
Thank you, through the chair. Just first a clarification. When I look at the drawing, I have a hard time understanding the access to the garages. Am I to believe that access happens on Ridge Road and then you travel parallel to the home and then you do a 90-degree into the garage? Or are you accessing the side road?
Through the chair, the access is going to be through Ridge Road. So is the existing access, which is currently there. So it'd be the same location and really the same width of driveway. So you drive in parallel to that fire access lane, and then there's enough turning space that you would need to turn into the garage.
Okay,
and so it's all permeable. It's all permeable paving as well, just to throw that in. So.
No, I absolutely love that. Okay, so there is no reliance on the fire road. It is purely there. And okay,
yeah.
Perfect. to the town, I'm just trying to think to Mr. Constantine's main concern. Is it a undue burden to request a sample of the well water after, or possibly before and after, in terms of the quality of the water, and to make sure that the work done had no impact on the well? And that would alleviate, I believe, the one main comment in the email, but not addressed here today. So I just wanted to know, is that an undue, an unfair burden, or is that something that we can request?
I mean, through you, Mr. Chair, it's I mean, it's really your choice. It's I'm not really sure in terms of the planning merits and the I mean, they are requesting relief from the zoning bylaw, and obviously this is, you know, part of the review. So I mean, really, it would be your choice. It's up to you if you feel that this is necessary.
Well, let me, and please let me rely on your expertise. I was looking at the amount of surface that is being manipulated in the area, whether it be the home, whether it be the use of the permeable driveway, all the work around the dismantling of the existing structures, etc. There is a lot of surface that is being manipulated, and having a drinking well water source so close. And I know it was brought up by Mr. Horvath that there is a letter that states that they do not believe that there would be an impact. But I simply wanted to maybe expand on it a little bit and see if it is an appropriate request to move that forward.
I will be testing the well.
The reason why I'm bringing it up, Mr. Constantine, is I don't believe it should be on you to pay for that. That's why I'm bringing it up. Sorry to put you on the spot, Sean.
No problem.
Sorry, it's Mr. Modi here from, sorry, the chair and the committee. It's Mr. Modi from 22 Ridge Road. Yes, I'm willing to do that for my neighbor. That's not an issue for me. I'll be happy to do that for him. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh.
I had a business up north for the last 10 years up in Tiny Township, and I used to do well water testing every month as part of our business. So I'm quite used to that practice. Doing to the lab and let them do it their thing. Yeah, absolutely. So I'm okay with that. Yeah.
Well, that makes it easier. Thank you. Sorry, Tom.
I'm going to just interject here. I do know, Sean, that there are provincial norms in place that regulate the taking of water and regulate the requirement for testing. So, Mr. Moody, you're right. If you've been up in Tiny Township, and anybody who's familiar with being on a well will know that there are certain regulations. But Mr. Moody, if you're prepared to undertake that for Mr. Constantine, I think that's very generous and the right thing to do.
I'll be happy to do that. Yes, no problem.
Great. Back to you, Daniel. Sorry, I just know that there are these provincial regulations on taking of water.
Well, no, I actually appreciate it, Mr. Chair, because it just qualifies why I was bringing it up and its validity. So I appreciate it. And to Mr. Moody, I appreciate you volunteering and jumping in and volunteering for that. So no, with that, I'm good, and I'll cede my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Other members of the committee? Linda, yes, by all means, go right ahead.
Hi, thank you through the chair. I just have a quick question here. I'm looking at the site plan, and I see the curb cut or the concrete curb, I should say, which is the emergency road. And then I see the property line of the property line, and they're not the same, and it doesn't show what that space is between the two, between the property line and the curb cut. I guess I had in my mind the curb cut was your property, altogether. So I'm just wondering, will you take over that property between the property line and the concrete curb? And are you going to fill that with grass, or does that have to be that, what did you call it? The permeable, the loose gravel or whatever it is?
Permeable paving, yeah,
Permeable paving. So the space, you see what I'm looking at, right? Between where it says property line and concrete curb, like that space?
Are you referring to, where the access road is?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. That is the access road. I called it emergency road, but you're right. It's an access road.
Yeah.
But there's you can see the property line is a dotted line there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you
dashed,
see,
yeah.
yeah, a dashed line. And then you see the concrete curb. That's the space between those two.
Yeah. I think that's public space. So yeah, I think we're not really impacting, we wouldn't really be touching that because it's not our land. But we're trying to be as least intrusive anyway as possible. So we're just disturbing whatever we absolutely need to.
Oh, and I know, I realized that too. I was wondering though, it's part of your facade too, it's part of your outdoor of your property. It'll go all the way along where you go into your garage and everything. I was wondering, are you maintaining that? Are you going to make it grass? I mean, you're not going to let it be weeds. It'll look terrible. Obviously, you have a beautiful home there,
Oh, likely, yeah. I mean, that would, yeah. I mean, just by nature, probably not. Yeah. Go ahead, Tejas.
Yeah. On that side of that, where the access road is, I like to put some small trees, along that whole path, landscaping. The reason for me to purchase this property a year ago is to create some privacy for myself and my family. So I'm all in for the landscaping, trying to create nature. Where I live in Aurora, I've got neighbors, or rental property I'm at, I've got neighbors right behind me or right in front of me. I'm just trying to create some sort of privacy for my family where I have some time off and have some relaxing time back in my back garden. So I do want to create some sort of landscaping and nature kind of backyard. So yes, so hopefully that answers that question, or hopefully.
That's all right. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Anything else, Linda? Or are you okay there? You're okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
I think I know what you're getting at. It's the distance between the existing curb and the actual property line. Normally, people will
assume it.
Yeah, they assume it. They cut the grass and they maintain it. And I think what Mr. Moody was suggesting is that yes, it's going to be taken into account. It's the front of his house essentially, so he's going to be taking that into account when it comes time to do landscaping.
Just a quick question. Okay.
No, that's absolutely. Anyone else on the committee? Steve, please go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody involved here because this, to Mr. Berman's point, this is a very atypical property. I took note of your comment. This really is a problem of our own making, and one of the things that the committee asked for before the previous meeting was to look at to get the report for the original consent to sever. Because it is a very strange property here, which is not the issue of anybody here tonight. But it's interesting that we would I was just interested in finding out what the rationale was to sever the property and then leave this very narrow property that really, anything that's going to be built is going to require a variance, right? Anything reasonable is going to require a variance. So I think when I look at everybody here, the neighbors' comments were addressed. Mr. Moody, I'm glad that we could reach that you could all reach an agreement in terms of building a home that you're comfortable with and keeps you in Aurora, and we're glad to hear that. I can certainly support this. My only question was a question that Daniel raised in terms of being able to make that turn into the garage. But if you're comfortable that that can be done, Mr. Horvath, then I'm certainly comfortable supporting this. And like I say, I just thank everybody involved here, because this wasn't an easy solution, and I appreciate the accommodation that was made.
I can give some insight into the reason, and it's called greed.
We can park that.
Yeah.
But honestly, I understand what the comment is inferring, and that's probably.
Yeah. But that's nobody here today so we'll leave that out there as for conjecture. So
yeah,
those are my comments, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and everybody tonight.
All right, thank you, Steve. David, I don't see you on my screen, but did you have any comments or questions?
Yes, through the chair. I think it's something to do what Daniel mentioned about the well. That was the something which I think even Mr. Constantine mentioned in his email. It seems it's going to be addressed, but I just want to caution Mr. Moody. I think he mentioned that he's involved in this business, which is sort of encouraging. Just make sure you the appropriate ways with the Health Canada in terms of the testing of water and what's all the requirements. Because you don't want something to go wrong later on. If you are in that business, then you know what I'm talking about. Because there's a process, you cannot just do safe. This testing of private drinking water wells, going through Ontario Public Health and so on, and the laboratories, you have to do that. You have to make. What I'm saying is, you have to make it official, so that you are covered, you're safe also to some extent if something goes wrong. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Moody, I see your hand up there. I know you want to reply. Go right ahead.
Hi, David. So in Tiny Township, I had a business there for the last 10 years. So we had to do an official. It was a restaurant, a gas station. I had a business. So we had to comply by the Simcoe County. Every month we had to provide him to the lab, aquatic lab in Craighurst, monthly water sample, because there has been cases in Canada or in Ontario 20 or 10 years ago with the water drinking. So I'm fully aware of that. There has to be a certain temperature and all of that. The little bottle sample you have to provide to them. You get a reply back within 24 hours. So yes, absolutely, the correct measure will be taken. The right way will be taken, because obviously at the end of the day, you are talking people's livelihood and so forth. So it is important on my end to make sure it's done right with the governing body. So yes, so I do have.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Make it official.
There's no other way around it, because there's no other way around it, because at the end of the day, people drinking, it's not between my neighbors or your neighbors. It's actually a human life we're talking here. So it's a different. So we're talking different cattle or fish. Totally, it's a human life. So. Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
So my other, through the chair again, my other question is, how are we going to put this into make sure it's done? Is it going to be introducing a condition, or how are we going to deal with this?
So my suggestion then would be to, as part of the conditions of approval, I would suggest that perhaps we add in condition number 3, just an additional bullet that says that the owner shall undertake to conduct water testing on the adjacent property throughout the construction and prior to occupancy. Something to that effect. I think that covers it, Mr. Moody, does it not? Yeah, yes, I was asking you, Mr. Moody, if that covers it from your perspective.
Yeah, absolutely in agreement. I will conduct with that what you've just proposed. Absolutely. Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Is that okay, David?
Yes, okay. It seems Steve, our good writer, maybe he wants to propose something there. He's putting hands up.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I would just add to the end of that to ensure the appropriate drinking quality, or to ensure that the appropriate drinking quality of the water is maintained.
All right.
Just to be clear, what we're expecting, because you can test and find out that it's gotten bad, but there is a requirement there that to ensure that it's maintained.
Yeah. We'll be looking to you for that motion, Steve. When we get to that. David, are you okay with?
Yeah, I'm okay. The point is what I told Mr. Moody, and Mr. Moody has assured me, because I deal with these in all development applications. Well water, drinking water is key. It's very important. It cannot just be done. Even private drinking water, it has to. There are records kept by the ministry.
That's right.
It's serious business. That's what I wanted to emphasize.
Without question. Without question. Thank you, David.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to bring something up really quickly. Just the way that the condition is worded right now, there might be issues with satisfying the minor variance condition in time for the applicants to apply for building permit. The building permit can only be issued, the building permit can only be issued once all associated conditions have been satisfied. So if the proposed wording is to include that the property owners conduct testing throughout construction and at the time of occupancy, I think we will run into an issue where it's hard to satisfy, and for us to issue a final and binding notice for the applicants to obtain a building permit to start the construction. So I just wanted to make that note.
Point made, point well taken, Prashant. You're right that there is a time element attached with satisfying the conditions, and that is conditioned to obtaining that building permit. So
maybe it could be something to say prior to building permit in terms of just testing, and then later on, because what will happen is, if you look at the process, we'll do the testing, find that everything is okay, they're doing construction, they'll get the building permit, because the effect will be coming from the building. They have to get the permit first to start building and have the impact on the well. If they don't, you know what I mean? If they have to get the building permit to do the construction, and it's the construction which is expected to affect the well, if at all. So they cannot build it without getting a building permit. So they have to get the building permit first, do the construction, and then you expect probably there would be some impact on the well. And then if they say there's an impact, then there will be remediation, which is Steve said, mentioning about maintaining. So if you, let's say later on they find a problem, then have to find a solution of how to have a remediation for that, where to be, continuously, be in a good condition to provide the safe drinking water.
Steve.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Really a question to staff and then a suggestion. So through you, Mr. Chair, Prashanthi, so how would that be different than the conditions that we impose on tree preservation, where through that's a condition that goes on throughout the construction, that we have to monitor that trees maintain. I sort of, and this is, it's a question I'm not challenging. I'm just wondering, this would be the same sort of situation where we would establish an original condition and then we would look for monitoring through the construction to make sure that the water quality does not deteriorate. I guess that's how I would word that, the condition.
Through the chair, you're definitely correct, Steve. With the conditions relating to the tree permits and tree preservation, that's also tied into the site plan agreement. And so as part of the site plan agreement, applicants are required to submit a tree preservation plan, an arborist report, associated securities, compensation fees. And so through the site plan agreement, we collect securities to ensure that the works that are recommended by the arborist are being undertaken to the full extent. And so that way we have a way to assure that the works are being done as recommended by the professionals and as acknowledged by town staff. But in the case of water testing, it's a suggestion that I can make is that we can explore the option of a memorandum of understanding where the owners can, we can draft up some wording and the owners can sign to say that they acknowledge that water testing shall be done, and then we can include the wording that it could be done throughout construction and after. A suggestion.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. My as an alternative too, I might say, and I see Mr. Horvath has one as well, potentially, but possibly as a condition, we could say that that the applicant undertakes a water test to be provided to the town to establish the quality of the well water on the adjacent property prior to beginning construction. And I think that condition can be satisfied, and then we'll just, whether you do it through a memorandum of understanding or it's been established, and I think that's on record there, that if it does deteriorate in the future, that there's an implied recourse there, and I think we can just leave it to the neighbors to ensure that they in good faith that they deal with it. I mean, there's always legal avenues as well if that, but I don't think that would ever be necessary. But I'm certainly open to whatever the committee decides here. Mr. Chair, those are my comments. I think Mr. Horvath has a comment as well.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Horvath.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. No, I definitely, I personally support that. It's almost like a pre and post. You pre-condition it and post condition, although it's not necessarily post. It's intermittent as well. The one thing I want to mention for Prashanth, you mentioned site plan condition. So there is no site plan in this case, right? I just want to make sure that's not recorded formally. It's just straight building permit. All right. Okay.
Yeah, I'll just make that clarification. Yeah, I'll make that clarification through the chair. It was just in response to Steve's comment on how we would address matters of tree preservation when there is a site plan agreement in place. But in the case of 222 Ridge, it's not, the area is not within a site plan control area, and it does not require site plan approval.
Okay, I just want to make sure that, that verbiage isn't in there. Appreciate it.
Thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Horvath. And Prashanth, I think your suggestion, just following along those lines, and Stephen, maybe this suggestion would be in the condition that the parties enter into a memorandum of understanding with regards to the current status of water quality and future status of water quality, but that the terms of the memorandum of understanding be negotiated between the parties. So that ends up being something that they bring to you, Prashanth, in order to satisfy the condition. The condition is that they bring a memorandum of understanding between them that deals with the current water quality and the water quality post-construction. Does that sound reasonable, Prashanth, from your perspective, from the town's perspective?
I will, through the chair, I will leave it up to the committee.
Are we not putting a burden on Mr. Constantine in that approach?
I don't think so, Daniel. I think Moody has already agreed in this forum that that's something that he's prepared to undertake.
If you are, because I have been taking notes, so I do have proposed language if it's an appropriate time to.
Yes.
The parties will enter into a memorandum of understanding where the owner shall undertake to perform well water testing prior to the prior to establish the benchmark and once construction is complete to ensure the drinkability of the well water. Timing will be as follows. The first test will be performed immediately following the issue of the permit. The second and last test to be completed prior to final inspection.
I don't have a problem with that wording.
Sorry to the chair. I think
Yeah.
that is that somehow is very prescriptive, and so think about the drinking water. The effect may not be direct within weeks, within a month. It travels through groundwater. If there is something happening on the surface, if at all, it has to, with the imagine rainwater and maybe capturing whatever it is, and then going infiltration, and then going slowly to the well, if at all. So it's something in which we have to consider. I would say yes, prior to construction and after completion of construction, but still something can go wrong. So then you have to have also included there in terms of remediation. Yes, they test. Okay, I've tested. Because the way it is, you have tested, so what? So the point is, to an end, is to remediate if there's an issue. Okay, so that's where, like Steve was talking about, the maintenance to make sure everything's okay. So it may not just take 1 year. So there'll be pre-construction testing, and then after completion of construction, also the test. And you leave again for maybe some months, will be every, maybe once after 6 months or something, because you want to establish that no, there's nothing, and then you close. But you now have established there's nothing happening. But also, what may happen, so I'm going so much into research, is that it's Mr. Constantine who may be the one who see, oh, there's a change in water. And then you look at why is it the change? May not be due to this construction, may be a different reason. And then you do taking samples and you look at the possible sources of pollutants and something like that. So what I'm trying to say here is, if we're saying pre and post testing, it doesn't just end like that.
But we do have to put an end to it. Sorry, Mr. Chair, to
Yes.
jump in. But
Yes. I
leaving it
recognize that.
open-ended is also difficult.
So,
But what we are concerned with here is that they, the owners, come to the memorandum of understanding and the conditions that are contained in it. Right? I think we're trying to solve a potential problem in a funny way, before it occurs. I know, David, you're trying to cover all of the bases here, and I understand that. But again, there is a provincial regulation that also applies here that would say, listen, if you're pouring kerosene into your backyard and you're contaminating my well, and I can prove that it's coming from you pouring kerosene in the backyard, you've got all kinds of recourse without going into that much detail. And from my perspective, I think it's really just important that they understand what those conditions might be, and not up to us to try and go through a checklist to try and get everything, because we won't. Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do echo those comments, and perhaps given what we've seen and the accommodations made, Mr. Constantine, everybody seems to be acting here in good faith. What I would recommend, if Mr. Constantine and Mr. Moody are in agreement, is that we just leave it very vague. Say that Mr. Moody, the applicant, will undertake to engage the neighbor at this address, I apologize, in a memorandum of understanding that will ensure that that the well water is not contaminated as a consequence of the construction of the property. Something along those lines.
Yes, that one is good. Yeah,
Very,
that one is
very
general good.
general.
Yeah.
And then we'll leave it to the neighbors to draft a memorandum of understanding. I think what we've seen here is a willingness on both sides to be reasonable, and that would be my suggestion.
And as soon as the town has that memorandum of understanding in their hands, signed by both parties, that condition's now been satisfied.
Yeah.
To Prashanthi's point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thumbs up. Okay. That's important. Thank you. All right.
I just want to, perhaps, Mr. Chair, we could just go back to the applicant, make sure he's comfortable with that condition, as generally worded.
So Mr. Horvath, Mr. Moody?
Yeah, from my perspective, yeah, no, I think that's a great suggestion. You just leave it at that, sort of an all-encompassing statement, and backed up obviously by laws that are already in place. Yeah, I'll let Tejas reply if Tejas is comfortable with it, or the owner is comfortable with it. Tejas, are you okay with that?
Yes, I totally agree with the memorandum of understanding. I'm fine with that. I have no issue with that at all. And yeah, thank you, the chair and the committee and the town of Aurora planning for this evening. Thank you.
All right. And the only comment that I made back in February was, hey guys, how can you drive into a garage when you don't know if you've got access to the road? I think Mr. Horvath remembers that comment that I kind of abruptly made. It looks like you've solved that. Everything else in my side of the ledger has been addressed. So I'm good with what has been accomplished. And again, I'm going to just say that, Mr. Constantine and Mr. Moody and consultants and staff at the town, I think bringing this back in the way that you have with the positions that you've brought forward satisfies the committee. I'll look then to the committee for a motion. Daniel, do you want to give it a stab? Yeah, go ahead. We can tinker with the last condition, but let's move on the actual application.
I appreciate it. I'm just putting my notes and the application in front of me here. Okay, so through the chair, I move that we accept application MV 2021-29 at 222 Ridge Road, as outlined in the application, subject to the recommendations and the conditions provided by the town, with the following addendum to item 3, the further bullet be added with the following language. The parties at 222 and 212 Ridge Road will enter into a memorandum of understanding that the well water has not become contaminated as a result of the construction of the home at 222 Ridge Road.
I see lots of heads nodding. All right, I'll ask for a seconder, please. David. I will call the question. All of those in favor of the motion as presented? And that carries. Linda, can we just pop your screen on just for 1 second? Prashanthi, I don't have her on my screen for some reason. Or just activate Linda for me for a sec.
I'm here. I see you.
Okay, now I see you. So did your hand go up?
Yes. Oh, all in favor? Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I did.
I just didn't see it, so
yeah, not a problem.
I wanted to know if I should be calling for anyone opposed. So we don't do that in this case because everyone is in agreement, and that's terrific. So, gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. And your minor variance is approved by the Committee of Adjustment. I will wish all of you a very pleasant remaining 15 minutes of today and wish you a great weekend. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Happy
you.
Easter to everybody who enjoyed a long weekend.
Yeah, yeah,
Thank
you
you.
too. Thank you very much.
Happy Easter.
Thank you.
And moving forward into new business, I just have a couple of minor things here on my plate. And that is to, number one, officially, I want to, on behalf of myself, and I believe the members of this committee, I want to thank Matthew Peverini for all of his work over the years on this committee and all of the work that he has done in the planning department. At the town of Aurora, we have had the pleasure of his professional expertise all of these years, and I have enjoyed tremendously working with Matthew. I've gotten to know him, and I know his father very well, also an urban planner, by the way. So it runs in the family, and he's been terrific to work with. And the other person who has left, I believe, yesterday is Samantha Yu. And so I want to acknowledge her and thank her for all of her contributions to not only the Committee of Adjustment, but the other committees that we sit on, and her coordination over the years. It's been an absolute joy working with her and a pleasure. And we are at the same time, we continue to be very fortunate to have a great team of planners at the town, Sean, yourself included, and everyone else, Prashanthi, Ishita. Of course, you've been around here for a little while, as Prashanthi has as well. But those two individuals have been instrumental in our success as a committee. And so I want to acknowledge that under new business, make sure that that gets written into the minutes. Does anyone else have anything else under new business they want to bring forward? All right. With that, I'll look to the committee for a motion to adjourn. Daniel, 2 hands up. I'll call the question. All in favor of adjournment? And we are adjourned. That's a wrap.